everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties and delays, but we are here now to welcome you to Elevate Virtual Conference. I'm thrilled to see that so many of you are logging in from around the world. Usually we have my co-founder and partner in crime, Sukrutha, right here with me, but she's in the chat. So let's be interactive. She will be sharing links and we will be dropping interesting information into the chat. So if you haven't yet, you should say hi to her and let her know where you're joining us from and what you want to get out of today's conference. We started Elevate because we realized that mid to senior level women and non-binary professionals need more communities and spaces to connect. We've seen a massive surge in wellness infrastructure from yoga studios to Pilates classes, but I think we can not just have saunas and cold plunges, but more events on the agentic shift and the physical infrastructure for innovation to match. We need more maker spaces, hackathons, and co-working hubs where entrepreneurial and technical leaders can cross-pollinate our ideas and projects. And since physical spaces seem to be getting harder to find, we've built Elevate Virtual Conference to be free and accessible for everyone to come join us in our digital home and build a community for us today right here in your browser tab or phone. So today is World Creativity and Innovation Day. We started doing Elevate virtual conferences on International Women's Days almost 10 years ago. And I have to say that right now we would like to refocus our efforts on more of the entrepreneurial innovation, cutting edge AI, and career advice. So we have shifted to this date. Today, our agenda is packed with experts from LinkedIn, Amazon, Microsoft, Stripe, lots of companies you've heard of, and some that you haven't. Our goal is to give you a promotion playbook and a technical edge and learning from women working in the field about what we need to stay resilient and relevant in this AI-driven market. And now to kick us off with a look at the ethics of cognitive automation, please welcome the principal strategist and founder of the Math Path, Aubrey Blanche. So, let's see. Thank you for letting me know. We have a sound issue. Now I have to throw my AirPods very far away. Hold on a second. It is the fact I have an AirPod in my ear and Apple has pulled it from that. So let's close the AirPods into the container. Try it again. And for anyone that is experiencing issues, we are actually providing all these videos to you free of charge on YouTube later. So you can rewatch and we will try this again.
Hey everyone, I'm Aubrey Blanche, the founder of the Math Path and the Director of Ethical Advisory and Strategic Partnerships at the Ethics Center in Sydney, Australia. Now, I am so excited to talk to you today about something I've been thinking a lot about, which is the ethics of cognitive automation. And so I'm excited for you to join me today for this talk, Your Brain on AI. So I want to talk about the moment that we're all sitting in right now. The tech industry has this very binary idea about what's going on with AI. Either there's breathless optimism that it's going to solve every problem and make everyone super rich, or dystopian panic that we're going to get Skynet and AI is going to destroy the world. And well, I probably am a little further towards the deep concern about the effects of this technology. I think that this binary way of thinking is not actually helpful in helping us adjudicate the kind of issues that we're running into as we're seeing more and more knowledge work get automated by this technology. So today, I'm not actually going to resolve that tension for you, but I want to give you a better map of the terrain of what's going on at 3 different levels. I also want to put an idea forward to you that I hope that you carry forward, and that is that efficiency and productivity are not legitimate end goals in and of themselves. Now, what I'm trying to say is that we can choose better, more pro-human objectives, things like human flourishing, or even in an organizational sense, value creation. And in that way, we might think of efficiency or pushing productivity as one tactic to get there. But I really cannot sit with the idea that producing more stuff in and of itself is the kind of objective we should be orienting entire companies, initiatives, or regulatory frameworks towards. So today I want to talk about cognitive automation, or the encoding and automation of human judgment and professional expertise. And we're going to talk through that in a 3-level framing. I want to show you how this plays out for individuals, how it plays out at the team level, and then at the company and society level, because the stakes are interlocking and they compound. So, number 1, let's talk about you. So, cognitive automation isn't just changing what we do, it's actually changing who we become as thinkers, as judges, and as experts. So something that I spend a lot of time thinking about is the idea of automation bias. So automation bias is a fancy word for people who tend to have a tendency to favor AI-generated outputs over human judgment, even when the human is right. And a lot of this comes from the false belief that technology is more objective than humans are. And the research doesn't really back that up. AI technologies are embedded with the biases that exist in society. And because of the technical architectures of them, they often actually entrench and exacerbate those biases, meaning that without intentional design choices tested and monitoring, the technology might actually be worse than humans, especially in critical areas that involve protected characteristics or marginalized identities. But automation bias matters beyond error rates. And the reason that concerns me the most is because it actually erodes the experience of generating expertise. So that sense of knowing that we get, but also the contextual information that we get over the course of our careers that allow us to make those complicated decisions or to arrive at reasonable solutions outside the sample set that we've already been given. So my question to you at home is, when did you last override a system recommendation that came from AI? What did it feel like? And how long did you consider it before you accepted the machine output. The next issue on an individual level that I like to think about is the idea of cognitive offloading versus cognitive surrender. So these terms are really useful to distinguish. So offloading frees up bandwidth. So thinking about this like writing down your to-do list, like the Claude skill that I use to sub in for the executive functioning I mostly don't have, to using GPS for navigation. Surrender is different. Surrender is when the skill of judgment actually atrophies because we never had to use it. So this is especially risky for people who have had the ability to develop expertise, but through time and deference to algorithms, start to lose their ability to engage professional judgment. And think about what happens to someone who's junior, who's maybe entering the workforce in the next couple of years. What happens when a junior lawyer or an analyst or a software engineer never has to develop the instincts and the ability to judge because the model scaffolds every decision? In universities, we see this concern where students are writing for output. And there is sort of knowledge, meaning they're not actually developing the critical thinking skills that they would need to be successful. But that is not inevitable. AI can be used to scaffold critical thinking. Strategically using cognitive offloading has actually been shown to help students and professionals engage more deeply to develop their critical thinking skills. I'm a huge fan of the critical thinking bot, which you can find online. It is like the toughest interviewer you've ever played with, but I think it's a beautiful model of something that shows that AI can be used to challenge us and strengthen our critical thinking, but we have to be willing to engage in it. And often doing something like that is disincentivized by thinking about productivity or pushing more output, but rather having a more considered process of inputs. So the frame here to be concerned about is that when we talk about productivity or efficiency, we're often optimizing for output while quietly defunding and disincentivizing the kind of development that's required for human beings to function as, buzzword here, a human in the loop. If the humans don't have the judgment ability, it doesn't matter if your process documents say that there's a human in the loop, if the human isn't actually functionally capable of providing that oversight. And that's the third thing I want to talk about on the individual level. So we hear so many AI governance frameworks talking about that there will always be a human in the loop, but there's a practical problem. If humans have been cognitively de-skilled, or they just never developed the skills in the first place, then what is the loop actually going to catch? We might as well not have one at all. And this is not hypothetical, certainly in our workplaces, but this is also coming up in modern warfare contexts. And so this idea that we need to create the space for effective human judgment is critical across every sector of our society where AI is being deployed. So the key takeaway here is the individual ethical stakes are about more than job loss, which tends to dominate the headlines. They're about the preservation of human agency and the ability for humans to develop and deploy skills that are necessary for basically everything to function. Now, the second frame. What happens to your team? So what we know is that AI does not enter a neutral workplace. It enters one that's already shaped by power, visibility, and whose contributions get counted. Now, my first question when I'm working with clients to understand their AI transformation journey is whose knowledge is automatable? When we decide what to automate, we're making implicit judgments about what knowledge has value. Patterns to think about: more strategic or creative roles, the ones that have historically been more open to workers with more privilege. So men, white people, non-disabled people, non-queer people, and people who possess many of those labels often get seen as being augmentable by AI, that they can co-work with it to create new outcomes. But roles that are seen as operational or administrative, routine, often get seen as places that AI can replace. And this is not neutral. We know that women, people of color, those with disabilities are more likely to occupy these more junior roles or roles that are more operational. And so that means that deploying this technology, again, is not neutral. It has the risk of exacerbating existing biases in economic opportunity. And so people who are already benefiting from the current structures are going to benefit even more without very intentional deliberation about how and why AI gets used. So the challenge I have for all of you is this inevitable? My argument says no. Technical deployment is all about a set of choices. And while there might be best practices, the reality is that we're in a bit of a brave new world. And so the best practices are not necessarily all that tested. So what I would encourage you to do is say, how can we think differently? How do we think about whose knowledge is valuable and legible to these machines? The next issue that I think about is surveillance and its effect on behavior. So surveillance sounds a big word, but we kind of already have it a little bit at work. So think about that dot on your Teams instance that can show people that you're at work, but also productivity monitoring, AI flagged anomalies in keystroke data. The research is showing that people actually change their behavior when they know that they're being watched. So this, while it may often get positioned as a way to ensure productivity and engagement of employees, there's lots of research that shows it actually has a quite chilling effect on experimentation and dissent and creative risk-taking. So there's also a link to psychological safety. You cannot have both high surveillance and a genuinely psychologically. And so again, what are we to do about this on our teams? I think the question is putting to leadership, if AI transformation is a priority, understanding the ways that this might impact, asking, has this been considered? Is it being measured to prove that the business benefits that we're saying we'll get are likely in this context? And the last thing that I worry about, especially speaking of the devalue of undocumented labor. So I know how many have done things like taking meeting notes. At least that has an artifact associated with it. But what gets automated is often just what's already documented. And what gets documented reflects who has historically had power and the particular types of work that are seen as valuable. So let's be really honest. Things like relational labor, which is the cultural glue of organizations, those drive-by mentorship moments where no one's taking notes, but you're fundamentally transforming people's career trajectories. Navigational knowledge about the workplace and that institutional knowledge that's held in people's heads. This kind of labor and expertise is disproportionately performed by women, people of color, neurodivergent workers, and often those in junior roles. And this work is often what makes organizations actually function, but it is nearly invisible to the systems we're now building. And even at companies that are going hard into AI, what you're finding is that people are writing down more things because they desire for their work to be machine legible. But that can build in biases towards people who have learning differences or processing differences, or who communicate in ways that written language isn't great for. So the team level ethical question that I want you to ask is not, is this efficient? But whose work counts? And who gets a say in how we answer that question? Part 3, what happens to your company? So the organizational consequences of cognitive automation extend well beyond simple ops. They actually influence at the social level, law, economics, and structural risks to our entire society. So first, I want to talk a little bit about intellectual property. Existing IP law was built around products, processes, and creative works, not the automated replication of a person's expertise. Now, think about this conundrum. When a departing employee's judgment gets encoded into a model, what do they actually own? What do you own of the IP that you generate in the context of your workplace? And really, what does anyone? In this world, there are not clear legal or philosophical answers. Usually, in the case of my employment contracts, the work that I produce for my employer is owned by them, but I have other IP that I produce for myself that's still owned by me. This is relatively common, especially in the software industry. But what is different now is when my employment relationship ends, the IP that I generated generally doesn't continue. What happens when the expertise that someone's generated, the ideas, the insight, the value for the business is encoded in a system that a company owns in perpetuity? It completely changes the dynamics. And it is especially important to think about this for workers with less bargaining power. Gig workers, contractors, mid-career employees in a tight labor market. With the macroeconomy the way it is, and everyone talking about how terrible it is to apply for a job right now, most people don't know they can, and even if they knew, might not feel comfortable negotiating protective clauses in their employment contracts that might preserve their ability to keep the unique expertise that they have as something that they own. Basically, we need new models. And the macroeconomic context expands this. In a challenging economy where cost of living is rising, workers in general have less bargaining power, which means that companies, if they're a little nefarious or maybe even just not thinking deeply about these issues, has the ability to extract someone's cognitive labor in a way that's incredibly exploitative. And so these are the kinds of questions that I hope if you are in an organization, you're asking. How does the company think about my rights to my expertise, but also how they will create the conditions, especially if you're a junior employee, to develop that expertise over time? Also, something I've been seeing in headlines is what I call the junior work problem. So there's a bit of pipeline logic here. Organizations generally across the economy develop senior talent by running people through junior work. I can tell you in my career that I did a lot of manual things that helped me develop the judgment and expertise required to operate at a more senior level. But AI is disproportionately automating that junior level work. And it doesn't just change the junior level job market, which in and of itself is something that we should be seriously looking at, but it also removes the opportunity for training for the seniors of 10 years from now. And this is not a future scenario. The legal, consulting, financial services, and creative industries are already dealing with these problems. And the reality is that this is not just a one company problem. This runs into something that political scientists or game theorists would call the tragedy of the commons. It is an individually rational choice, at least among some people, for each organization to do this so that they get the benefits of not paying for junior labor where they're paying for AI. But if every company in a market does this, we see, frankly, societal collapse. The tax base erodes, we lose the ability to train our experts of tomorrow, and there's just no one to buy the products. But there are very little structural ways to get companies to behave in more collaborative, pro-social, pro-economic system ways. And so again, this is another question that we need to be asking our organizations. And if I were feeling a little snarky, which I am, I would also talk about the idea that AI may actually not be cheaper than humans. So people right now are thinking, wow, one person with a Claude subscription can do the work of 3 people. But they're maybe forgetting that a lot of AI right now is deeply subsidized by VC dollars. That day is very quickly running out. As we know, a lot of even frontier models are moving to usage-based pricing. And so it might be that organizations automate a ton of work. And then 3 years down the road, they find out that their AI bills have blown out, and it actually would have just been cheaper to teach humans how to do the job in the first place. So again, complicating the narrative that efficiency one can be achieved, but also that it's a worthwhile goal, both for us individually, for the organization over the long term, and also for society as we know it. Now, I get that I've raised some uncomfortable questions here, but I hope that I've given them to you before irreversible decisions have been made. Now, I firmly believe that there is an incredible amount of value that we can get out of AI, but it is not the organizations that sprint forward the fastest towards technology that we have known catastrophic risks of harm, but rather it's the organizations that are thinking most clearly and deliberately about where and how they deploy these technologies, considering the impact on individuals, on team collaboration, and on society in which organizations are embedded. So I'm going to say it really plainly. Human dignity and creativity aren't soft considerations to balance against efficiency. They're conditions that actually make real transformation possible. To me, that's incredibly inspirational. So I want to leave you with 3 questions to take back to your organization. Which cognitive work are you automating, and who decided it should happen? What is your model for developing human judgment in an AI-augmented workplace? And how do you intentionally cognitively offload instead of cognitively surrender? And who is in the room where these decisions get made? Whose labor is being coded? Maybe without proper consent. Building powerful technology and building it well are absolutely not in conflict. But that only happens if we're each willing to ask uncomfortable questions before decisions are already made, so we can shape a future where things like well-being and human flourishing exist alongside value creation for organizations and customers. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to see what you do with these ideas. And if you want to hear a little more from me, I'm Aubrey Blanche. You can find me on LinkedIn or my website at aubreyblanche.com.
Thank you. So that was Aubrey's keynote. I'm really excited that she was able to share that with us from around the world. Now, our next, so first of all, let's see, I need to stop sharing that. And our next speaker is Kelly. We are going to have her talk about autonomous innovation. But first of all, I need to figure out closing that. And I don't know how to get my face out of this screen. So if you're tired of it, just put a Post-it over it. Unless someone knows how to take yourself off a YouTube live of yourself. I'm not entirely sure how that might work.
Hi there. I'm excited to dig into this with you today, the agentic architecting the future of autonomous innovation. We are in the middle of a platform shift that maybe happens once a decade, and I am very excited to talk about this topic because the people in this room are exactly who should be leading it, in my opinion. So you've probably seen these ads or billboards everywhere. I have the fortunate privilege of living in San Francisco with probably the single most highest concentration of AI billboards and tech billboards. But for any of you that have seen these signs, a lot of it can seem like noise, but I really wanted to cut through that today and talk about what is an AI agent? What does agentic AI actually mean, and why it's one of the most important shifts happening right now, and where you fit into it. So what we're going to cover is what is agentic AI, why it's different from before, why now, and how we can position ourselves as architects and not bystanders. So a little bit about me before diving in and why you should care. I'm a sales engineer, and what that is I work with customers every single day to help them get business value out of AI solutions. And the company that I work at is an AI startup called Sierra. And all that I do all day is I build AI agents for the largest enterprise companies in the world. And so I've been experiencing a lot of shifts, but also it's such an exciting and fast-paced privilege to be, like I said, in the AI industry in San Francisco. So I really wanted to kind of share some of the observations that I've been seeing having worked at an AI startup. And also a little bit before Sierra, I was working at a DevOps company called HashiCorp. And before that, I was working in cybersecurity at Splunk, and also a technology consultant before that. So what is agentic AI? Let's start with the basics. Think of it like hiring a really capable assistant, where old AI maybe would just answer questions. And it's kind of funny to think about, like, old AI is maybe like a year ago, but thus the AI industry. Old AI answers questions, but agentic AI actually gets things done. So if you were to say the old AI would be write me an email, and it just writes you one. Now, agentic AI says, read my emails, prioritize them, draft it, flag it, and then summarize it all. You can say, handle my inbox while I'm traveling, and it does all of those things, and you're really in the driver's seat. You set the destination, and it figures out the route. And the other part of it is it does have need instructions. It can access memory and access your tools, but you don't have to walk them through every single step. And why does this matter, like beyond the hype? I took this slide from my company's kind of first call deck that we walked through with customers, because this is really something transformational that we're seeing, right? It's very similar to 1995 back in the day, where every company needed a website. And if you didn't have a website, companies couldn't access, or customers couldn't access your technology, or couldn't find you. And then in 2015, it became mobile apps. Every single company needed mobile apps. And now in today's world, in 2026, every company is going to need an AI agent for their brand, or to harness the value of their software solution, or any kind of solution as well. So it really could be the front door of either your customer touch point, or internally doing any kind of internal processes. But we are literally in, like I said, this big shift where you're going to keep hearing more and more and more about AI agents until you're sick of it. But it's moving much faster than maybe some of the other shifts that we've seen, and across every industry. So how does it work? You don't need to really understand the code necessarily, but the loop really matters. So if you look at it from the left-hand side, you start with a goal, then it will plan, then it'll have access, your agent, to specific tools, maybe via API calls to a CRM system or a customer database, or your email or Google Drive. And then it will start to check if it's doing the right work, making sure that it did everything that it was supposed to, and then it will loop as needed until the job is done. And the last part is kind of what makes it different. An AI agent doesn't stop at generating a response. It keeps going. It has tenacity. It checks its own work, like I said, or it'll adjust and it'll try again. And at the bottom here, you can see some examples. Like, these are real examples, like a sales team saying, analyze the pipeline, send me a weekly summary. but do it every Monday. An executive, right? Find a time, prep the brief, and send the invite with no back and forth required. And then a developer, find the bug, fix it, and run the test all in a loop. And the agent can actually ship a working fix, not just a suggestion. Now, I think the other part that's really interesting is why now? Like, why 2026 and not last year when, like the models are getting better, but like everyone was using ChatGPT or Claude now. And there's a few reasons behind this. So Andrej Karpathy, who is one of the most influential people in AI, who is one of the founders of OpenAI and a researcher at Stanford, he said in one of his Twitter posts that we have crossed a threshold of coherence. And he basically said that in December of 2025, with so much hype and context, it's really the model just so much better at reasoning, and we can now LMs can do more complex, multi-step, ambiguous problems, not just pattern matching to a single answer. Other things that they can do is like processing power is not as expensive as it used to be. Still definitely an issue, but you can do longer runs and sustain multi-step tasks over minutes or hours. So what used to take, days to run a search can now take minutes, or you could have a really complex workflow and let it go off for 10 hours and have it be done when you get back. The other one is tools use. This one, I feel like maybe it had access to it before, but now you can really see it taking action inside of actual other systems and pulling data in real time and not just generating tests. And then lastly, the guardrails. And this is where I think it's kind of fascinating as well, is that people are starting to trust AI to do more because there's better guardrails in place. We'll talk about harnesses in the next slide or two, but being able to evaluate and create better frameworks to make the agents more reliable and more enterprise ready. And so it's really just about the agents are getting really good to do real work reliably. And now let's talk about harness, because I feel like this is such a hot topic or a hot word that I keep hearing around. It's an AI buzzword right now. And a harness is everything around the AI agent that makes it work, essentially. And so if you think about it in more like analogy terms, a harness on a horse, it does not stop it from running. A harness helps to direct it where to go. The harness is not a cage that slows the horse down. It's the structure that can make the power useful for you to get where you need to go. So the harness is pretty much everything except the AI model itself. It could be the rules it follows, the tools it uses, the checkpoints it must pass. And this word is what I'm seeing certain engineering teams, like especially even at my company, is that we are thinking about how to write software differently, right? In Karpathy's post that he talked about in a few articles, like in the last 6 months, it used to be 80% writing code, which was auto-completing, and then maybe 20% of agents were doing the rest. And now what we're seeing is that 80% of the agents are coding, and 20% of the work that the humans are doing are the edits and touch-ups. And really, this is kind of, OpenAI even said the word like harness engineering. And what it is that it's not the traditional software engineering anymore. It's a shift because it's a different kind of engineering work where the engineers are focused on systems, scaffolding, leverage, editing, touch points, not just writing code like it used to be. So this term of harness engineering to me is humans steer, but agents execute. And there's even a lot of philosophical debates about like the identity of software engineers changing and like this harness engineering literally redefining the role of an engineer. And so, like I said, it's a really interesting topic and a lot of identity shift that, a year ago, we were so focused on writing better prompts. And now we're really talking about having agents execute and do the majority of the work instead with human steering. Now, I think the other part too, last year, there was a really popular article by MIT saying that I think it was like over 80 or 90% of organizations are not getting any ROI from AI projects. And that has significantly changed, especially over the last, I guess, 8 to 10 months or even year. But it's very clear that AI is not coming. AI is here. And the question is, how is it going to change your role, and how are you going to let it shape how you can absorb it and use it and empower yourself for your roles? Because this is not just like a Silicon Valley story, right? Anthropic put out a report that 50% of companies are already using agents for multi-step workflows, not pilots, in production, real workflows, and 80% of companies are getting measurable ROI. And in my line of business, I would say even higher than 80% ROI with using AI agents as well. So I would say that it really is fundamentally changing how teams work, how customers interact with your brand, how contact centers who you talk to, and also what types of skills are going to be left for the humans that are more complex, more challenging type of task versus what are the low complexity tasks that AI agents can do. Now, I think that there's always, especially if you say that you work in an AI company, like the Thanksgiving dinner table, people say, well, are AI agents and like, is AI going to take over people's jobs? And I think the research is pretty clear that the winning model is humans and agents together, not just humans or not just agents, but agents are better at speed, repetition, search, execution, but humans are good at judgment, accountability, trust, strategy, value. And this image is really clear if you think of it like a conductor. You are a conductor with an orchestra. The conductor doesn't necessarily play every instrument, but without the conductor, it's just noise. So you could be a conductor with a symphony of all these different types of AI agents, and your role shifts from doing every single task to directing, reviewing, and deciding. So what do we do starting now? Now that we're in this shift, it's happening right around us. I think it's really important, especially as women, where a lot of us get kind of put into certain roles where we do some of the more traditional work, like taking notes or communicating or making sure people stay informed. And I think that's really going to change. I think my advice would be stop doing less glue work and saying no to things that don't matter. Because if AI can do it, let AI do it. Use the time that AI is giving you to reclaim that time to do things that only you can do, like things that require high judgment, strategy, relationships. And I think the other thing that's really important is that if you're not experimenting with AI tools now, even if it's imperfectly, you really have to start using it, because fluency compounds. Like the engineers who moved from manual coding to directing AI agents didn't do it by waiting until the tools were perfect. They learned by doing, and we all should too. So maybe pick one workflow this week and ask, could AI handle this? Try it. There's certain tools like Claude Code, which is definitely a lot more geared for non-technical users. There's also tons of tutorials around Claude Code for non-technical users, things like that. So And the third thing I would say, and this kind of ties into the first one, is seek roles and projects that give you visibility in what to build, not just the execution, but direction. The most valuable seat at the table right now is the one where someone decides what AI should optimize for, what success looks like, what guardrails it needs. And that's a judgment seat. And so I really recommend looking and trying to position yourself for those types of roles and to go find it. And then lastly, be a creator and decision maker, not just a user. The window, to get ahead of this shift is exactly right now, while the field is still early. And the people who built expertise and visibility during this, mobile era before became the trusted voices of that era. And we are at this exact inflection point with agentic AI. I also want to give a shout out to an organization, a nonprofit called Women Defining AI. And that was one of the organizations that I used to upskill myself, where there were a lot of micro tutorials and lessons that were really geared for people that have busy day lives and didn't want to pay thousands of dollars for some week-long boot camp that you might not use. So that's a great resource I highly recommend checking out. And then lastly, what are the takeaways from today? What do I want you to remember? Agentic AI acts, it doesn't just answer. Reliable AI needs a system around it, not just a good prompt. And the people who build AI decide what it values. So your voice will really matter and matters in this room. So please take up space. And that ties into the third part, which is, ask your team where an agent could save 2 hours of work, and don't settle for being a passive user. Find the rooms where AI decisions are being made and get in them, even if it's just to see, what it does. But make sure you're experimenting and trying with AI tools, because the shift is happening. AI is here. And the only question is whether you're at the table when the decisions get made or not. And you don't need an invitation. Build the expertise, take up space, and help make sure that AI is shaping the next decade that reflects all of us. And with that, I will close. And I have a bunch of references here as well, but if you have any questions, find me on LinkedIn, and I hope you found this helpful.
Great. We're so excited to hear from Kelly tomorrow. She's actually going to be emceeing and hosting our Sierra Girl Geek dinner that you may have heard about. It's been in all our emails. We just sold out, so it's going to be a full house tomorrow night in San Francisco at her company. So let's see. Our next speaker, I believe, is sick. Some people are sick today, so we have to skip through some sessions, unfortunately. The next actual session we have is from Target. We have a data engineer there who is going to be talking to us about building scalable and reliable data systems. We will be sharing the videos on YouTube in a week or two, hoping that these people who are all sick or have other things that have taken up this week, unfortunately, they will hopefully be able to record their content and share it with us. And hopefully 95% of them will be available on YouTube. Now, let's see.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk on building scalable and reliable data platforms. Before we directly jump into this topic, let me start with simple questions. Are you confident that your data platforms can work the same way even though your data volume is increased? Are you confident that your reports, what you're looking at, is it accurate? Because building the scalable platforms is not just working with the large amount of the data. It's about, even at the scale, you are not losing any of your trust on that particular data. You should not lose the data correctness as well. With that in mind, I'm here today to share my knowledge about how to build these particular platforms. With this, let me introduce about myself. I'm Shravanti Kondoju. I have over 17 years of IT experience. I'm currently working with Target as a data platform lead. In this session, we are going to discuss about, first, let's understand what is data platforms. And then we'll understand about the important things related to the platforms, which are scalability, reliability, and then availability. Then we see why the scalable and reliable platforms are needed and what are the key foundations of these platforms. And then we'll also discuss about step-by-step approach of how to build these scalable platforms. And also we see how we can design this reliability in the data platforms. And finally, we'll end with some of the anti-patterns we'll discuss and then with the Q&A. This is the data platform architecture. If you take any of your pipelines which are running your data platforms, this always has ingestion layer and then processing layer and then final curation layer, reporting layer, what we call it as. So in the leftmost side, you can see the data sources. Those are nothing but you should identify where your data is coming from, whether it is coming from the flat files, whether it is coming from any of the API systems, and then any real-time streaming data comes from the clickstream related sources or traditional RDBMS systems as well. There are n number of the data sources where you bring your data from. And once you identify this data, you need to understand whether you want that data to be in the batch. That means whether you want to load this on a daily basis or hourly basis, or you want it in a streaming manner. That means the streaming manner, I wanted to get this data as soon as any of the event comes in, and I wanted to process that event, real-time streaming data, and near real-time as well. So once you identify these sources and the ingestion patterns, you can identify where you want to store your data. You want to store it into your data lake, or you want to store it into your data warehouse, or you want S3 storage buckets, or GCS buckets, ADLS, or Hadoop HDFS, Hadoop distributed file system. These are the different ways where you can store your data. So once you have that data, to take any of the business decision, you must need to process your data. That is where we have these processing layer in place. Whatever the cleansings, transformations, quality checks, validation checks, all these things you will be doing at the processing layer. That is where we have our Spark jobs. For example, the distributed processing will be done through the Spark. Or you can write your the other ETL tools as well. But as we are discussing about the ELT pipelines, the primary things you use right now with the Spark, or you can also initially use to do with the MapReduce. There are n number of ways you can process your data, and finally that data is available to the consumption layer. That is where your BI reporting teams, they get connected to your consumption layer. So for example, if you are under GCP, we have BigQuery. That can be a consumption layer. So your Looker or some Tableau or any other reporting tools get connected to BigQuery. Or if it is a Hadoop systems, you can connect to the Hive tables as well. There are different layers where you can, different tools you can store your data into the consumption. So the primarily, if you take any of these data platform, it must need to pass your data through these stages. Identify your sources first and then ingest your data, then store that data, and then you have to process it. And then finally, this is available for the consumption purpose. That is where if you are talking about the medallion architecture, the bronze, silver, gold, these are the three primary layers which you can tag this under the ingestion processing, and finally the reporting consumption layer. Now we know how the data platforms looks like, and now we see that what are the primary things in the data platforms we should understand, because the amount of the data which we are handling in those data platforms is quite huge. So we need to think about the scalability, reliability, and availability. These are the important things which we need to consider. What is the difference between these? So if you take a look at the scalability, that is, for example, the first question I asked is like, when your data is increasing, the volume is increasing, your current platforms can handle it or not? That was the first question I asked. So that is directly pointing to the scalability perspective. The first thing you should think about is your platforms able to handle when my data volume is increased, or the number of pipelines were increased, or the number of queries what is being submitted is also increased, especially with the data growth or more number of the workloads which have been running. Then we also need to think about reliability. Reliability is nothing but, is your data correct? The data correctness, or am I getting a lot of duplicate data? Or am I getting a loss of data? And the data correctness is a primary thing, especially even though when you're dealing with a small amount of the data, larger amount of the data, you must need to do these data correctness checks as well. And the availability is nothing but, especially if any of the service is not, for example, there is no high availability. That means the single point of the system is there. If that goes down, can you still run the same jobs as it is? It has to be remain accessible as well, the data, whatever we are talking about. Even after the node fails, even after that, the major master component fails. So that is where high availability comes into the picture. The active actives or active passives, those kind of the things which you will be setting it up for availability. When it comes to the reliability, we will discuss in the next slides more details about how you can do these checkpointing, how you can replay. Along with that, we'll also discuss about how you can set it up your scalable systems and reliable systems as well. With this in mind, we'll see why scalable and reliable platforms are needed. The first and foremost important factor is the amount of the data what we are handling is explosive data growth currently. Especially when you look at the past decade, the amount of the data right now is increased drastically. Even this data is being used for the multiple use cases, the AI ML use cases, or there are both batch and streaming use cases. To handle all those things, your platforms are also should be able to scalable. It should be able to perform any of these operations without fail. And in addition to that, to support the business agility and innovation, that is where these AI use cases or any of the real-time streaming use cases also comes in. Those got increased drastically. So if you want to maintain your stable performance, then you must need to have a scalable systems. And when it comes to the reliable, why we need reliability? Because we should able to see that whatever the data we have, it should be accurate and it should be consistent as well, because all the decisions are being made by the data what you are currently handling. And also this reliability, you should ensure that no data loss should be there. And along with that, you should even enable your systems to do a replay of this particular data or retrial of this particular data in case of an API or in case of a batch or a streaming. By looking at these large amount of the volume of the data, along with that, the use cases what we are handling with the analytics and decision making, which requires a lot of accuracy and also the consistency of the data and no duplicates and correctness of the data is very important. With these, what are the key foundations of your scalable and reliable data platforms? The first and important factor is a architectural decoupling. That means you need to have a separate storage and also the separate compute as well. Take a system, for example, your Snowflake is there. That also has a separate storage and separate compute. What is the advantage with those kind of an architecture decoupling? If you are doing the more processing, you can add more number of the compute and do this. And if you're dealing with a more storage required, just add more number of the storage. So that is the first thing you should able to scale independently with the storage and the processing layers. And the next key foundation is elastic scalability. As the data volumes is increasing, we should able to do auto scaling as well. Should able to do auto scaling for your workloads and scale up, scale down based on your requirement, based on your data, based on the volume of the data, based on the workload demands. That is where the elastic scalability is the other foundation for your platforms. Then you have the fault tolerance. That means even after your node failed or your cluster failed or your master component failed, still your pipeline should be able to run as it is. That is what the fault tolerance and resilience means. And then comes to the data reliability and the integrity. That is where in the data integrity, you should not be having any of the duplication and no corruption and no data loss. And other thing is, even you after you implement all these things, if you don't have the other important foundation is observability, then that is a big challenge you will be seeing. That's why for any of the data platforms, observability is the other important things, especially for the scalable and reliable platforms. That is where you monitor what is failed, what metrics, what are the current metrics we have, what are the logs which we have. We can even detect it and we can even prevent it as well. So observability plays an important role as a other key foundation pillar. And the last one, but not the least, is the governance and the trust. That means any of the data platforms across horizontally, you should have your security in place and governance in place. That is where you should be able to see that who is accessing your data. And this particular pipeline, who can submit or who can view that or who can make modifications to that data? Or is there any PII data, PCI data in place? All these things you can identify through the governance and trust. So these are the key foundations for any of the data platforms. And how you can build your scalable platforms. If you see, the first and foremost step is in the discovery stage, you are going to understand your source systems. Am I getting my data from the batch pipelines or streaming pipelines? Or am I getting it from RDBMS systems? Or is it image files or audio files? Or what format I'm getting? Is it a JSON or Parquet, Avro? Should be able to identify those data formats as well. Along with that, you also need to understand who are consuming these data. That means who are the downstream users for that particular data. Once you discover all these things in the stage one, then in the next stage called design, that is where you choose your right architectural patterns. That means, am I going with this medallion architecture? Or am I using any of the lakehouse architectures? Or if I'm dealing just with the streaming, for instance, can I go with the Kappa architectures? There are different architectural patterns are available. You should be able to use those patterns based on your understanding about what type of the data you are discovering in the initial stage. And then when it comes to the scaling, that is where your horizontal scaling strategies are important. So in the RDBMS era, we used to have vertical scaling. That means we used to do scale up, scale down. That means in the same node, we used to add more number of the CPUs, more number of the cores. But horizontal scaling is not like that. You will be adding a whole number of the data nodes or whole number of the multiple nodes horizontally. So if my data is currently in the 1 petabyte, it increased to 10 petabytes. I can simply add more number of the nodes to support these use cases. And not only that, while you are building this, you also need to think about your partitioning strategies and sharding strategies as well. While you're fetching your data, it need not touch each and every of the partition, rather it can go to a specific partition and fetch. And other important stage is secure. That means you understand your sources, you have your architectural patterns, and you design your horizontal strategies and scaling strategies. And you must need to include your security in place, the governance in place, what tools I need to have. If I'm in Databricks, do I need to use a Unity catalog? Or if I am using an Atlas, or there are a number of the tools you can use to implement this IAM roles, security groups, RBAC policies. It is vast, but you should definitely include your securities also in place while you are building the scalable platforms. Not only that, when you look at your reliability in your platforms, that is where you define your reliability goals first. That means you should understand about, okay, I should not have any of the duplicates in my pipelines, and there should not be no data loss. And it has to be recover faster even after any of the failures. So once you define your reliability goals, and then you can identify your failure points. The failure points it can be failed at the ingestion, or it can be failed at the processing, or it can be failed at the consumption also. So then you need to design for your fault tolerance. That means I'm reading from API. So if it is failed because of some issues, what I need to do? Should be able to retry. And then, for example, if it is a Kafka and it failed in the middle when you are doing the processing, then you should be able to recover it by reading from checkpoint. Same with the replications. Even though one node goes down, the fault tolerance will be applicable through the replication. And then you need to protect your data integrity at the 4th stage. That is where you do the schema validations and quality checks, reconciliation checks, and all these things. Finally, as we talked about earlier also, you need to have your observability and alerting in place. That is where you're going to monitor your job health or any of the latency issues, any of the CPU issues, or is there any of the data freshness issues. And you can even trigger an alerts as well. You can send this alert to the pager duties, or you can send this alert to the Grafana dashboards. There are a number of the ways you can build your observability and the alerting. These are the things you need to remember while you are designing your reliability in the data platforms. And one important things, think about your anti-patterns. Make sure not to have any of the single point of failures. That is where we always emphasis on the high availability of the systems. And also, anti-pattern is no data quality checks, no data validations. Then you never know from the source to the ingestions to the processing, you have the correct data, or is there any missing, or you will not be having idea about that. So make sure you have these quality checks, validation checks in place. And also make sure you have the observability in place with the logs, metrics, lineage. And other important things we tend to forget is schema evaluations. So when upstream changes, something like some new column get added or new data type get added, make sure all these details, you're tracking it, and your pipeline should be supportive of this schema evaluation. And then one final thing which we need to remember is we should never ever think scalability and reliability as an afterthought. before you implement your data platforms itself, at the design stage, much before itself, on the upfront, you should be able to think about these scalability and reliability. Then only we can build these particular pipelines, which can be supportive of running any of your AI and ML or data analytics use cases. I hope this gives you at least a good understanding about what are the core areas. If you have any of the questions, this is my LinkedIn ID. Then you can just post me any of the questions if you have. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a great day.
Thanks. So hopefully everyone is okay with my tapping as I write in the chat some advice. So sometimes we've done a lot of virtual events and we've gone to a lot of events. And I remember back in the day, we would like live tweet, live post, live blog. We don't seem to do that anymore. Those platforms have changed. So my question had been in the chat, what do people do nowadays when they go to an event? Are we making videos, taking pictures, and then we're making fun TikToks, or are we writing posts for LinkedIn? So I was just recommending to someone in the chat who's looking for a badge or a certificate for LinkedIn for attending. So this is, I guess it is, this is supposed to be an industry conference. You all learn something, but we have not, I'm not known about the badges or certificates, but the thing that we normally see people do, if you're a speaker, you share your slides and you talk about your, place as someone giving out your industry advice at this industry conference. If you're an attendee, you might have jotted down some notes. Like I've definitely jotted down some notes where like I have learned words from Kelly Kitagawa about harness engineering, took some notes from Aubrey. And then after today, you can write a post on LinkedIn that says, I went to this thing, I learned these things, and you can post that onto LinkedIn with like a screenshot, or maybe it's just the grid of all the speakers' faces about celebrating Innovation Day. And that can help people kind of learn who weren't able to tune in today. We know every time we do this that 10% of people are going to be able to join us live that signed up, and the rest of the people want to get the videos later and get the content in different ways, whether it's through a video, an audio, through a meme, through a picture, infographic, or just scrolling through slides. So people learn through different ways, and I hope that you're able to express your humanity on LinkedIn and share some takeaways that can hopefully let people know that you're not AI slop, that you are a smart human being with excellent judgment skills, and you're able to share and distill the best takeaways from this conference in your LinkedIn posts. So, I mean, you don't have to, I don't want to give you that you don't have to be perfect. You can actually probably get some help with AI and just like use your judgment and be like, here are the things I want to say about this conference. Say them, and then that will be a value add to your own day where you have, existed beyond the chat box and said, I did a thing, I learned some things, and people will be like, oh, that person can write a note, and it's not obviously a slop, it's not terrible. That's probably hopefully a good thing for you. So I guess that's my recommendation. And I'm still honestly thinking and asking, what do we do these days in terms of like, how do we live announce, share? Do we do that? Is it cool? Is it not cool? Or do we just end up making TikToks, which is fine. I like TikToks, so that's totally fine. So there's that. Our next speaker is Cassandra, who will be talking about compliance by design.
Hello, and thank you for being here. I'm Cassandra Terry, and today we're going to talk about compliance, not as a checklist, but as a leadership strategy. because when done right, not only does it build resilient products, it helps us build resilient leaders. I lead compliance across global cloud environments, working in highly regulated environments where trust is not optional, it is required. And what I've learned is this: the strongest teams don't treat compliance as a barrier, they design for it from the very beginning. And the strongest leaders do the same. They plan for how they're going to show up, especially in high pressure situations. Here's where we're going. We'll start by reframing compliance. Then we'll look at how trust is built into systems. I'll give you 3 practical actions you can use immediately, and throughout we'll connect it back to how you lead. Let's start with how we think about compliance. In tech, we celebrate speed. We measure velocity, we reward shipping. But customers do not stay because of speed. They stay because of trust. And when trust is broken through a security issue, a compliance gap, or a failure in governance, the impact is significant. It's reputational, it's financial, and it's long lasting. And the same is true for us as leaders. We can move fast, but if we're not grounded, we lose confidence just as quickly. And here's the tension. In most environments, speed is visible, trust is not. You get rewarded for delivering quickly. You get recognized for shipping. But the work required to build trust, thinking ahead, asking harder questions, slowing things down intentionally, often go unseen. So as a leader, you're constantly navigating this. Do I move fast and be celebrated now? Or do I build something that will hold later? That's not a technical decision, it's a leadership decision. Compliance is often seen as a brake, the thing that slows us down. But in mature organizations, compliance is the steering system. It helps us move in the right direction with confidence. When it's embedded early, it reduces rework. It prevents crisis decisions and enables innovation we can stand behind. In our own careers, we often treat reflection the same way, as a break, but it actually helps us to move forward with clarity. The ability to take a step back, assess how things are going, what's working, what's not working, and make the necessary adjustments will smooth our path to accomplishing our goals, not slow us down. And this shows up in how we manage ourselves. Many high-performing professionals, especially women in tech, have been conditioned to just keep going. Push through, figure it out, don't slow the team down. But if you never pause to assess your direction, you could be moving quickly in the wrong direction. Compliance forces a pause, and strong leaders learn how to pause before they're forced to. Compliance by design is leadership expressed through architecture. It's not reacting to risk after the fact. It's anticipating the risk, designing around it, and aligning what we build with what we're accountable for. Because leadership isn't just about what we build, it's how we build ourselves under high pressure. This is where structure becomes critical. Structure is the foundation for building trust. Trust is engineered, it's not assumed. At the architectural level, this means understanding your data flows, defining your encryption intentionally, and structuring access based on principles, not convenience. Because if structure is undefined, risk doesn't just disappear, it just becomes invisible. And the same is true internally. If your values, your priorities, your boundaries aren't clear, pressure will define them for you. This is where discipline shows up, because defining structure early is not the fastest path. It takes more thought, more intention, more clarity. And the same is true personally. It's easier to say yes. It's easier to adapt. It's easier to go along with what's already in motion. But when you don't define your structure, your standards, your boundaries, your priorities, you don't eliminate pressure, you delay it. Structure reduces stress. When controls are embedded into pipelines and evidence is captured automatically, teams don't scramble later. When governance is a part of delivery and not tacked on at the end, everything changes. When risk is reactive, stress escalates. When risk is designed, confidence increases. The same applies personally. When everything in your life is reactive, stress takes over. When you design your approach, you lead with intention. So let's make this practical. Think about your day. How much of it is reactive? Meetings you didn't expect, requests you didn't plan for, decisions you're making under pressure. That's the equivalent of a system without a workflow design. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels important. But when you design your workflow, even something as simple as how you start your day, how you prepare for meetings, how you follow up, you reduce decision fatigue, you reduce stress, and you increase clarity. That's leadership at the personal level. Culture is where this either works or it fails. Silence around risk is not harmony, it's avoidance. In strong teams, risk conversations are normal. Engineers understand the why behind the controls that they implement. And raising concerns doesn't get you labeled difficult, it's seen as leadership. But this is where many of us feel the tension. We see the risk, we have the insight, but we hesitate to speak. Just let that sit for a moment. Because this is where many strong professionals struggle. You see something, you recognize a risk, you notice a gap, you have perspective that could actually change the outcome. But then you pause and you think, is this the right time? How will I be perceived if I share this? Am I overthinking it? Do I have enough information to even raise it? And in that moment, silence feels safer than speaking up. But the truth is, silence may protect your comfort, but it will not protect the outcome. And strong cultures are not built because everyone agrees upon everything. They're built because we're willing to speak and to have the difficult conversations. And that's not technical courage. That's personal courage. True leaders empower those around them to highlight issues, to learn from mistakes, not to hide them. At the leadership level, clarity matters. If risk appetite isn't defined, teams are left to make assumptions. If ownership isn't clear, accountability disappears. Ambiguity creates burnout. Clarity creates confidence. And if you're unclear in your own direction, your own boundaries, you'll absorb expectations that were never yours to carry. And this is where misalignment becomes personal. Because when expectations are unclear at the top, they don't disappear, they cascade. They land on teams, they land on individuals, they land on you. And if you don't have clarity for yourself, what you own, what you don't, what you're responsible for, you'll overcompensate, you'll overdeliver, you'll overextend, not because it's required, but because it's unclear. Clarity is not just organizational, it's personal protection. So what can we do about this? Leadership starts with better questions. Before you launch something, ask, what trust promise are we making? Where does the data travel? Who owns the exposure? Because asking better questions doesn't slow you down. It strengthens your ability to make good decisions. And this isn't just about systems. It's about how you advocate for yourself in the room. And here's where influence really starts to shift. Most people answer questions. Leaders ask better questions. And when you ask the right question at the right time, you don't just change the answer, you change the direction of the conversation. You change the quality of the decision, and you change how you are perceived by the people in the room. You don't need a massive overhaul to improve compliance. Start small. Build one control into your definition of done, be it log validations, access checks, data classification. Small controls consistently applied outperform heroic cleanups every time. And the same is true for confidence. Small, consistent actions build trust in yourself over time. But we often underestimate small things because they don't feel significant in the moment. But consistency compounds, and confidence works the same way. It's not built in one big moment. It's built in small, repeatable decisions. Speaking up once, following through, setting one boundary, holding one standard. Over time, that becomes your reputation with others and with yourself. Your influence increases when you connect risk to value, not policy, value. Instead of saying, we need to do this for compliance, say, this protects customers' trust. This accelerates enterprise sales. This reduces friction in regulated markets. This is how leaders communicate. And the same applies to your voice. When you connect your perspective to value, people listen differently. And this is where many technically strong professionals miss opportunities because they communicate in accuracy, but leaders communicate in impact. You might be right, you may be precise, but if people don't understand why it matters, your influence is limited. And the same is true for your voice. When you connect what you see to what matters, people don't just hear you, they listen. What we design into our systems, we must design into ourselves. Everything that we've discussed for systems applies to how you lead. Let's use the word compliance as a personal acrostic to build resilience in you and in those around you. In this case, the letter C stands for clarity. Know what matters before pressure defines it for you. O, ownership. Lead from where you are. The M stands for margin. Without space, without that time for reflection, your decision-making suffers. P, proof. Track your impact, not just your effort. Why does all that effort matter? Lead with the impact. The L stands for limits. Boundaries are structural integrity in your systems and in your life. The A stands for accountability. Don't operate in isolation. The N, narrative. Your internal voice shapes your leadership. My personal motto is the voice within wins. What you believe to be true about yourself, you will be busy creating that life for the rest of your life. So hear that internal voice. Understand the stories that you're telling yourself about yourself, where you belong, what you're capable of, and where that voice falls short, where it's negative instead of uplifting. Be willing to do the work to reframe that voice so that you get out of your own way. The next C stands for courage. Speak before you feel ready. You don't have to have all the data to contribute to the conversation and spark a new thought. And the E, energy. Protect it like infrastructure. Protect your energy at all costs, because compliance by design reduces system chaos, but clarity by design reduces internal chaos. What you'll notice is this: none of these things require permission. None of these things require a particular title. What they are choices. And when you make them consistently, you don't become just more effective, you become more grounded, more clear, more confident, more intentional. Secure systems don't happen by accident, and neither do resilient leaders. Design for trust in your architecture and design for alignment in your life. I'll leave you with one question for reflection. Where in your work or in your life are you moving fast without designing for trust? Finding the answer to this question presents opportunity, an opportunity to firm up systems to ensure that the right things are happening and the wrong things are not, and the opportunity to find clarity and build stronger relationships. The opportunities are there. Give yourself the space to find them. I have really enjoyed sharing my thoughts with you on building resilience in your systems and in your life. As I stated earlier, I've had a long career in tech. I enjoyed my 26th anniversary with my employer just this past March. But there's more to me than the day job. I also have spent several years coaching and training in the space of mindset and leadership development. And I especially have a passion for working with women in tech. My motto, as you heard me say a little earlier, is the voice within wins. It encapsulates what I believe is the true brake or accelerator in our lives, what we believe about ourselves. It's a personal mission to work with as many women in tech as possible, to help them as they walk through their career journey, finding their voice, finding their self-confidence, finding their value, and finding the alignment amongst all of those things, so that they have the opportunity to really soar in their careers and in their lives. I would love to continue the conversation. I have a newsletter on LinkedIn that comes out every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Central, and it's called The Voice Within Wins. I'd love for us to continue this conversation. The QR code here will take you directly to my LinkedIn account. Let's connect and let's continue to soar together. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for being here.
And that's that. So this is her encore speaking at Elevate. She did so great before that we're like, please come again. So our next speaker, this is a day of lightning talks, and we bounce around on different topics. So that we don't ever fall asleep. So our next speaker is going to be talking about something completely different. AI in public education.
Hi, everyone. My name's Steph, and I'm going to be giving a talk today about agents in the world of public education. So a little bit of context on me. Founder, my last company was Stanza, a venture-backed company. And most of my career has really been about building companies and products in tech. But my background actually is in math. I grew up in Saudi Arabia, and I fell in love with what math could really be in high school. I was very lucky to be invited out to Stanford Math Camp. I know, super nerdy thing to do in high school, but it was incredibly fun. With about 30 other, amazing smart kids from all around the world. And for me, that was the turning point, both in terms of my life of what math could be, but also really opened up my career and my opportunities, both in undergrad and in grad school, where I went back to Stanford. But after my last company, Stanza, I, had the opportunity to take some time to figure out what was next. And a little bit about how I got here was I was, walking around San Francisco, which is where I live. And I ended up actually walking into Mission High to ask about any volunteer opportunities in math. I thought it'd be a very straightforward process, but unfortunately not. And it's actually quite painful to become a volunteer in San Francisco. It's a multi-month process, but I ultimately did end up getting matched with a elementary, and was lucky enough to work with some fifth graders. And the idea kind of there was to help kids who are already gifted in math to see if we can open up new opportunities, show them different ways that they could kind of expand in that world, similar to what I was offered by Math Camp. But what I didn't realize, and what did end up happening, was that I got a very close-up look into how teachers function today within the public school system. And also I got a pretty good insight into how different it is from all the resources and talent we really have access to in the tech world. That's really where Maestro was born from observing all the teachers in the classrooms And so what Maestro really is, it's an AI-enabled coaching system for teachers. We have actually been deployed across Houston and San Francisco and have a new program that's starting in Southern California pretty soon. We are a very young nonprofit, only 5 months old. And our entire mandate is all about closing the gap between what's taught in a school and what's learned. And our hypothesis is effectively that we can use the latest and the best AI models out there to generate materials that actually understand where students are today to help them build to the next skill that they need, but not necessarily just in terms of learning the curriculum, but also making sure that when they are assessed based off of what they know, they're able to show that they have learned it as well. And so before we go into more technical details here, what I thought would be really helpful is to show you a quick video on how teachers today are using Maestro, both giving you a snapshot of what life was before Maestro, and then giving a quick snapshot of what life is now after they've started using Maestro.
Hi, I'm Alexia Lewis. I work at Kip Polaris Academy for Boys. It's an all-boys school on the northeast side of Houston. So this is my 5th year teaching. My first 2 years, I taught adults. And then my 3rd year, I taught 8th grade science. Now I teach algebra. This is my 2nd year teaching algebra. Before I started working with the company, it was me going above and beyond to make sure that my kids had all the assignments that they needed. Because as we know, the materials given to us in the schools is not nearly what my students need, because we have students who are on every level, right? We know that we work in a school system where they will just pass a student on. So you can have students who don't know math at all, don't even know multiplication, but they are in algebra because we work in a school system where they are forced to be pushed through. So it was me coming up with assignments, going to Khan Academy, going to Math Stream, Mathway, and just going literally to every outside resource to get what I could for my students. With Maestro, I'm able to get tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 assignments. So with that, I give my students the first tier 1 assignment, which is a bunch of I do, you do, and it breaks down each step. It tells them what to do, how to put it into the calculator. What are we looking for? This is how I did it. This is how you do it, right? And then after that, it was no longer me being up there for 45 to 50 minutes. I can do a 15-minute lesson and give out that tier 1 assignment, see the mastery level of that tier 1 assignment. And from there, I know who is my small group, who needs more work. And it's kind of telling me before I even get the test, the mastery that I'm going to get. Also, we know that the work we're given is very broad, right? It's not specific. Like we said, STAR is more application based, but what the stuff that they're giving us is based on memorization. Memorization and application are 2 different things. So I just was able to literally cater to what they needed. With that tier 1 assignment, that let me know who was coming to small group. That tier 2 assignment, I'm able to have peer teaching. So I'll have my students who mastered that tier 1 assignment teach my students who are still kind of struggling, while I'm pulling the students who need that modification, need that accommodation. And then we can all flow to the next assignment as gracefully as possible.
Okay, now that you have heard Alexia's thoughts on how she's using Maestro, let's get into how we actually built this. So the rest of the talk is going to be a little bit more technical, walking you through how we built one of our primary AI agents, a lesson planning agent. And it's one of many agents that we use at Maestro. And so before we kind of get into how we built the agent, let's just lay the framework here very quickly. As you know, agents kind of come down to 3 basic things. One of them is a consistent workflow. You really need to have a well-defined way of how you're getting from point A to point B in a repeatable fashion. The second piece of it is, hallucination is a word that's, that kind of would, I guess, mainstream along with LLMs. And so even though you may have a consistent workflow, almost always you will start finding drift between the output that is coming out from your agent and what is actually your desired output. And you need a consistent way to resolve that. So the agent itself knows when there's drift and can go through and correct itself, which what we call grounding. And grounding really kind of comes down to 2 parts. One is technical grounding, which is usually what you end up hearing quite a bit across the tech world. And there are certainly many solutions over there as well. We at Maestro are very unique in the sense of our big hypothesis is that Our entire model around coaching teachers is human in the loop. So you still have the human aspect. So we rely quite a bit on human grounding, domain experts in this case, to verify the output. And this is, again, something that is very unique to our model, but also makes it quite powerful as a result of it. And finally, you need a closed data loop, right? So just getting from point A to point B, making that a repeatable process is interesting and certainly will help save you time. But if you want to build leverage over time, which is this agent actually gets smarter as you learn more about the problem space, you do need a well-defined data loop that you can kind of rely on. And in our case, we end up using student performance data to effectively judge whether or not the materials we're producing are having impact or not. Okay, so let's get into how we're going about building this lesson planning agent. So the first thing, as you can kind of see on this slide, is the left side of the slide is all the inputs that this agent is taking in order to set the context for what goes into building a lesson plan. This is everything from the curriculum and planning materials, which are handed to the teacher by the district. It's also important that we get the assessments that are being used by the teachers so we can understand the gaps between what is in the curriculum as well as what is in the assessments, something that Alexia talked about. The other thing we look at are all the data around student performance. The agent needs to understand where the baseline is set at. And also, this is when we kind of talked about it on the prior slide, the third piece is, the data feedback loop. So this is effectively what the agent can use to decide whether or not to iterate on the materials or how to iterate on the materials that is generating. And finally, since we are a human of the loop type of product, we have weekly coaching call transcripts that the agent's also able to take in order to understand how to develop the materials. Now, on the output side of it, and this is what's incredibly important, is we have a verifiable set of materials that the agent's generating. So this is what we call like a lesson plan package. A couple of the things that you see on there are fairly nomenclature, very common in teacher world. So these are like CFUs, which are check for understandings, questions that are asked during the class period to make sure students are understanding it, as well as misconceptions, which are areas that students may be confused about just based off of the curriculum. So the teacher is aware of where the pitfalls are going into the classroom. And finally, there's a set of materials that are amplifying the current curriculum and bridging the gap, as you can see on this list over here. So when we actually kind of go through and think about this workflow, it's great to know what the input is and what the output is. But if the high level workflow you're thinking about is the teacher's context, I'm working backwards here at this point because I've already shown you the materials that we're going to be ingesting to for the teacher context. There's obviously the actual agent prompt or the MD file that's being defined, and then the materials, which we've also kind of talked about. Now, what's unique about this, though, is, as you can imagine, every teacher has a different set of materials that needs to be generated. And so while we have a company level, think of it as an autonomous agent, we also have the ability to basically personalize on a per teacher basis. So, for example, here is a teacher who has these desired documents that are part of their particular lesson package. You'll see there's a difference here around a Spanish version, which is relevant to some teachers versus not to other teachers. This teacher is also interested in art of problem solving, which is a completely different way of teaching math, more discovery based, to basically understand what different types of lesson plans can look like. But what you can also see is that this particular, prompt or set of instructions is being iterated upon on a weekly basis as our coaches meet with the teachers as well. So when you think about our agent as a whole, it's using the data to go through and iterate on the types of materials that are being released, as well as the individual prompts are also being iterated upon in order to kind of ensure that we're building that leverage over time. Okay, so let's see this in action. We're gonna walk through some of the documents that Alexia has given us and what we've generated to show you how this agent works in practice. So start off by taking a look at some of the curriculum that's handed to Alexia by the district. You can imagine this being a workbook that's handed over to students and they're following along as the teacher is going through the lesson during the classroom. However, what you'll also kind of take away immediately is that obviously it's one workbook for all students, regardless of the levels that they're at. And the length of this workbook is quite long. I mean, it's about 16 to 20 pages. of content over here. Some of this content is fairly obtuse, and for a teacher to actually go through and break this down for students that are multiple grade levels below, which is a reality in Alexia's classroom and pretty much every public school classroom, is quite impossible given the time frame that's there. So how do we actually help here in this particular case? So let's look at the second group, which is the tier 2 type of materials, which in the case of Alexia is really being used to kind of understand and gauge where students are in terms of their performance. And here you go. So this, as you can see, is already a much shorter document. It's only 3 pages. And what the agent's done in this case is identified the focus areas that are most relevant to both the assessment that the student's going to be tested on, but also try to kind of break down the concepts in a way so the student has the ability to internalize and to simplify as well. So as you can, just in terms of absorbing this versus the original curriculum, the goal here is to help students get it as fast as possible, but also show them patterns that they can reliably internalize. And so if there are students, as Alexia mentioned, that are struggling on this, they can then move on to the tier 3 type of worksheets, which are even simpler, where we basically go through and actually draw out the key concepts, do the watch out, and then do the practice right over here. So we basically break down each step even more, give even more scaffolding in terms of how to break down the problem. And the steps are also kind of laid out over here in far more detail. But the idea here is that every single part of the original can now be broken out further so the teacher can assess and figure out which of these steps is the student struggling on, so they can go through and break that down further for them. But again, the difference between this and the original curriculum is just options for the students and for them to be met exactly where they are, so they have a shot at kind of keeping up with the rest of the class. So the next question is, well, is this working? And like I mentioned, we are a very young nonprofit, less than 6 months old, but we do have some early data as we have seen, weekly exit tickets, as well as bi-weekly or monthly data on actual assessments. And also now our first set of data going into state assessments, which is internal testing that the district's doing. So I'm going to actually show you another snippet from Alexia on how she talks about this.
Great. And data skyrocketed. So I went from being in the 60s, 50s area with my data, and that was with me creating reviews, texting parents, letting them know. I always send a mass message when I have, whether it's a review, homework, test, I don't care. Parents will always know. But now, these reviews, I've had parents text me multiple times, like, Miss Lewis, thank you so much. This I learned from the review, and I was able to teach them based on the review stuff that they didn't understand because it just caters into it. So we went from being in the 50s and 60s. My data this last test was in the 80s, and then my IA2 data, I surpassed my STAR scores from last year. So it's, and mind you, I got recognized for STAR scores last year. So the fact that we surpassed this already, I can't wait to see what STAR looks like.
So it goes without saying, we're very happy with to hear about Alexia's results, which really is also a huge testament to her ability as a teacher and to integrate the materials that we've been generating for her. But as we've continued to scale the program, her sentiments are echoed by other teachers. And we've spoken a lot about data in this talk, but from like a qualitative perspective in terms of the confidence that teachers have, as well as just the a weight off their shoulders in terms of having resources to help these students that they know truly are not being served by the district and the materials that are being offered today. So, we genuinely feel very, very grateful to be able to kind of have the impact that we do and work in this space. And hopefully some, if not many of you, walk away with more ideas of how to ethically apply AI and to kind of use the power of it in ways where there are many, many segments in the market today, not too different from public education, where you can have results very, very quickly because the level of inefficiencies, as well as just gaps in general, are high enough that even small changes can have big impact. So thank you. And of course, if you have any questions, please follow along. This is my Substack, where we're going to chronicle all of our stories with the work with the teachers, and of course my LinkedIn in case you'd like to connect or have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Smita. That was a great example and case study of AI for public education that seems to be working. So it's very encouraging results in very little time. Our next speaker is joining us from the automotive world. She is at Lucid Motors and going to be talking about going from supply chain to sustainability. So 1 second, get started soon.
Hello, everyone. So let me ask you something. Think about the last time you charged your phone, bought a new jacket, or drove to work. Every single one of those moments was made possible by a global supply chain. A web of thousands of decisions, hundreds of suppliers, and a million of miles of logistics. Now imagine you could engineer that web to be not just faster or cheaper, but cleaner, fairer, and more resilient. That's what we are here to talk about today. A little about myself. I'm a staff engineer at Lucid Motors, where I lead supplier industrialization for our electric vehicle supply chain. Over the past decade plus, I have got the opportunity to make decisions that touched everything from raw material sourcing to battery cell qualification. Decisions that have a direct line to our planet, our products, and our people. I'm also someone who has had to earn her seat at a lot of tables. And I want to talk to you today about how technical expertise, when paired with strategic thinking and a clear voice, can move the world forward. Today, we'll explore three things together: how to reimagine global supply chains for resilience and sustainability, how to grow from technical expert into strategic leader, and lastly, about my experience and learnings from the EV industry. And hopefully, you can apply some learnings in your own industry, if not automotive. So, are we ready? Let's go. I want to change the way you think about supply chains because most people think about logistics. They think trucks, warehouses, spreadsheets, which to some capacity, they're right. But a supply chain is actually a living system. It connects raw materials pulled from the earth to the hands of engineers and factory workers to the innovation happening in labs. When it breaks, and we have all seen what happens when it breaks, everything breaks. Remember the semiconductor shortage, the COVID era port backlogs? More than logistics failure, they were systematic failures and they set back entire industries. But when a supply chain thrives, innovation accelerates. Products reach people faster. And here's what's becoming more and more true. When a supply chain is designed well, it can actually drive sustainability, not as a side effect, but as a core outcome. And now let's address some of the main challenges supply chain faces. First, global complexity. We are not talking about one country or even one region. At any automotive company, Teams work with suppliers spanning dozens of countries across multiple continents. Managing quality, risk, and compliance at that scale is one of the defining engineering challenges of our time. Second, speed pressure. Customers don't have patience anymore. And frankly, neither does the market. The pressure to deliver faster, leaner, and cheaper is relentless. And the question is, how do we move fast without breaking things or breaking our values? Third, and this is the one I care about most, the sustainability mandate. It's regulatory, it's investor driven, and increasingly it's consumer driven. The supply chain decisions we make today will define our company's sustainability story for the next decade. So, the question I want to dig into isn't what is the supply chain? It's how do we redesign it from the inside to be stronger and better? Let's start with resilience. Here's the biggest shift I want you to walk away with today. Resilience isn't something you add after things go wrong, it's something you design in from the beginning at every level of the system. The supply chains that survived the last 5 years of global disruption, pandemics, geopolitical tensions, climates, the people who survived weren't lucky. The companies built differently, intentionally. So, talking about the three pillars, pillar number one is diversification. This means actively reducing your dependency on any single source of a critical component. In this practice, that might mean qualifying a second source supplier even when your primary is performing perfectly. It's insurance, it's strategy. It's also one of the hardest sells to make to leadership until something breaks. Pillar two, transparency. You can't manage what you can't see. End-to-end visibility into your supply network, knowing not just your tier 1 suppliers, but your tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers is foundational. This is an area where technology is rapidly advancing. Digital supply chain platforms, real-time risk monitoring, even AI-driven disruption prediction. And the third pillar, agility. Design your supply chain to flex. That means modular sourcing strategies, dual qualification of key components, and building relationships with supplier who can scale up or pivot quickly. Agility isn't chaos, it's controlled adaptability. I've had to put every single one of those into practice at work. When we face a supply disruption, the question should be more than how we can fix this in long term. It's how does this inform us so that we can design supply strategy going forward. Every crisis should be treated like a design input. So let's talk about embedding sustainability into every decision. Let me be direct about something. Sustainability is not a marketing strategy. It's not a slide you add at the end of the supply review. It is a engineering discipline. And like engineering discipline, it has to be designed in, not bolted on. The question I ask in supplier selection, it's not just like, hey, can you build the specs? You can make this material. It's more than that. It's like, do you have your material? Do you know where it's coming from? What happens when this component's life ends? What is your scrap rate? How do you use recycled material? How do you do your outstream of the parts? So These are engineering questions, and we in this room are the people equipped to answer them. Let's talk about the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 model that you're seeing here. Think of sustainable supply chain maturity in 3 tiers. At tier 1, the foundation, you're doing scope 3 carbon tracking. You're accounting for the emissions that live in your supply chain, not just your own operations, but all the tiers. And this is where most companies are startling. It's table stakes now. At tier 2, you're using supplier scorecards that include environmental and ethical criteria. You're conducting audits. You're making sourcing decisions based not just on price and quality, but on the values of your supply base. And at tier 3, the top of the pyramid, you're designing for circularity. You're specifying recycled materials. You're working with suppliers to develop processes that eliminate waste at the source. This is where engineering and sustainability become the same thing. Here's why this matters specifically for you. Engineers are uniquely positioned to drive sustainability. We speak the language of specs and tolerance and trade-offs. We understand what it actually takes to change a material, redesign a process, or qualify a new supplier. Sustainability teams have the vision. Finance teams have the budget. But we have the technical authority to make it real. When you walk into a supplier audit and you say, this process doesn't meet our emission standard, that has teeth, that changes things. Own that power, it's yours. Moving to chapter 2, we'll talk about leadership. And can I be honest about something? For a long time, I thought the work would speak for itself. I thought if I knew the most, solved the hardest problems, delivered the best results, that would be enough to get me to the next level. It's not. And I say that not to discourage you. I say it because I wish somebody had told me this sooner. Technical credibility gets you in the room, but strategic influence is what keeps you there and what lets you shape the decision that actually matters. Sorry. So the leap from technical experts to strategic leaders isn't about leaving your engineering identity behind. It's about expanding it. It's about learning a new language, the language of business, while still being fluent in the language of engineering. What does that look like in practice? It means when you're presenting a supplier qualification recommendation, you don't just show the technical data, you connect it to what is the cost of delay, what is the risk of program timing, what does it mean for our Q3 revenue targets. That translation from engineering to business is a skill. And like any skill, it can be learned and practiced. So what does the toolkit look like? Let me show you 4 moves that I have seen transform technical engineers into organizational leaders. So the first one is speak business. Every engineering decision has a business consequence. Your job is to make that connection explicit. Instead of, we need to dual source this component because of supplier risk, try, if we don't dual source this component, we are looking at a potential 6-week production delay with a $4 million revenue impact. Here's what dual sourcing costs and how quickly it pays back. Same idea, completely different level of impact on the room. Second, build cross-functional alliances. Build This basically means the decisions that shape supply chain are made by procurement team, finance team, sustainability, design team, and not engineering. If you're not talking to other engineers, you're leaving influence on the table. Partner with these teams, learn what they're optimizing for, find the overlap. That's where your leverage lives. Third is lead with vision. This means being the person in the room who says, here's where we need to be in 3 years, and here's the technical case for why we need to invest now. Strategic leaders don't just solve today's problem, they architect tomorrow's solution, set the technical direction, make the long game visible. And the fourth is claim your seat. And this one is personal. There will be meetings where you are the most qualified person in the room and you still have to fight to be heard. There will be decisions made without you that absolutely should have included you. And there will be moments where you have to choose between staying quiet and speaking up. Speak up. Women in engineering bring perspective, approaches, and instincts that make better outcomes. Your voice belongs in that conversation. Use it. So, now moving to chapter 3, let's talk a little about electric vehicles. Because the electric vehicle transition is arguably the most important supply chain story happening right now. Here's the truth that doesn't get said enough. An electric vehicle is only as good as its supply chain. The performance, the safety, the range, the sustainability of that vehicle, many of it traces back to the decisions made by supply development, often long before the first prototype is built. If you're in this field or considering it, I want you to understand you are at the heart of innovation. You will make decisions that will impact the quality, cost, delivery of the vehicle, and they are the three main pillars of supply chain. So, talking about some core responsibilities, let me make that concrete with 3 things supply development engineers do that directly determine the EV quality and sustainability. We do the battery and cell qualification. We evaluate components for safety, cycle life, thermal performance, and reliability before a single vehicle rolls out off the line. A bad call here a bad call here doesn't just mean a recall. It means safety incidents, brand damage, and lost trust in EV transition itself. The stakes are very high here. New material introduction. We work on lightweighting, recyclability, and the cost simultaneously. This is where material science meets sustainability and meets manufacturing. Finding a material that's lighter, cheaper, and made from recycled content. That's an engineering challenge, and it matters enormously for the life cycle footprint of the vehicle. And the third is supplier co-development. This is the piece that's often overlooked. We don't just buy parts from supplier, we build capability with them. We help them develop new processes, meet new standards, and grow into partners that can innovate alongside us. That's not procurement, that's engineering leadership. So, how does all of this come together? Let's look at the quality pipeline, the full arc from supplier selection to mass production launch. Although in real, it's a little more complicated, but this is like a high level overview of how quality is in every step of the supply chain decision. So looking at the pipeline here, Every stage from supplier selection to mass production launch is a decision point. And at every decision point, there is an engineer making a call that will ripple forward. Stage 1, supplier selection. You are picking a strategic partner here. The criteria you apply: technical capability, sustainability practice, labor fairness, financial stability, cultural alignment define the foundation of your entire program. Stage 2, technology qualification. You're validating that the technology actually does what it claims. This is where rigorous engineering methodology, test plans, failure mode analysis, design of experiments determine whether you have a product worth scaling. Stage 3, pilot validation. You test at scale. You find the things that only appear at volume. You catch the problems that would have become recalls. This is unglamorous, detailed, critical work. And the stage 4, the final, where mass production is launched. You ramp reliable volume. This is the payoff and the pressure test of everything that came before. Every quality milestone in an EV program traces back to the decisions made in supply development stage. Engineers who own this process own the outcome and the opportunity to drive both innovation and sustainability simultaneously. So let me leave you with 3 things I want you to carry out of this room. First, reimagine your supply chain. Whether you're working in EV, semiconductor, consumer good, or biotech, design for resilience and sustainability from the start. Not as a compliance checkbox, as a competitive advantage, because it is. Second, lead beyond the lab. Your technical experience is your foundation. Never abandon it, but layer on strategic storytelling, business fluency, and cross functional partnership. That's how your engineering work shapes decision at every level of the organization. And third, own your role in EV innovation or whatever the transformative industry or domain you're in. Supply development is where the future of mobility is being decided right now. And if that's your goal, step into it with full confidence and purpose. Take a beat, slow down, and the most powerful engineers in the room isn't the one who knows the most. It's the one who translates that knowledge into action that moves the world forward. You are that engineer. Thank you.
Such a great talk. I have been looking forward to that one. So our next speaker is going to be speaking about breaking into the health space.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining my session.
And I have
My name is
covered her
Elena
face.
St, and I'll be providing an overview on the common skills used in the health informatics field, and specifically in the healthcare data analyst role. I'm also going to be providing some tips on how one can prepare for applying for jobs as a healthcare analyst. So a little bit about me. I have my background in biomedical engineering with a focus on analyzing healthcare data to improve patient outcomes. I currently work in the health informatics space in Ontario, Canada. And during the pandemic, I began a podcast called the Health Analytic Insights as a way to provide tips for people to break into the health informatics field and meet other aspiring informatics enthusiasts during an isolating time. During the 3-year run of this podcast, I had an opportunity to interview many people who broke into the field. And in this session, I hope to provide you with some of their advice, along with some advice of my own, to help others who are interested in the field of health informatics. So in this presentation, I hope to answer questions such as, what is health informatics? What are some common skills in the field? What does a typical day in the life look like? What are some job roles you can apply to today? And how can you increase your chances of getting a role in this field? So just going down to the basics, what is health informatics? This is a quote that I sourced from the Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society website. It's a great website if you're new to the field and want to learn more. They have a huge repository of blogs and even some job opportunities. So definitely check out that website. So this is the quote that they've defined health informatics as, which is the integration of healthcare sciences, computer science, information science, and cognitive science to assist in the management of healthcare information. I like to define health informatics as simply transforming raw, messy, unstructured data into actionable information to improve clinical workflow and ultimately patient outcomes. So how can technology positively impact healthcare? Healthcare organizations collect huge volumes of unstructured and structured data, from medical images, lab results, administrative data, electronic health records, and much more. Being able to make sense of this raw data and transform it into information for actionable results is a large part of the healthcare data analyst role. If you take an example you might be able to relate to, whether through budgeting, having a Fitbit, or keeping a food diary, there can be positive impact of tracking personal metrics on your overall lifestyle. Human beings are notorious for over or underestimating situations, and being able to track things is key to being able to making informed decisions. So looking at a healthcare example, during the height of the pandemic, many hospitals paused elective surgeries, and this was the case at Phoenix Children's Hospital. The issue they had was how to resume the deferred surgeries after the peak of the pandemic in a timely and efficient manner. To support this, a dashboard was created, and you can see this dashboard pictured in the image on the slide. And this dashboard can be viewed by multiple surgeons and support how they would prioritize these deferred surgeries. Instead of having a disorganized system of emails, paper notes, and other files, this dashboard housed necessary centralized information where clinical staff could easily navigate and plan their schedule on a day-to-day basis. Specifically, the creation of this dashboard allowed surgeons to review cases and assign priority from high, medium, or low to both backlogged and new cases. Dr. Vadia, Chief Medical Information Officer at Phoenix Children's Hospital, stated about the dashboard, the technology allowed for synergies across the enterprise in addressing the multifaceted challenges of resuming these operations. So here we see a prime example of how health analytics can make a significant difference in improving hospital operations, workflow, and bringing different departments within the organization together. This example does not exist in isolation. If you do a search in Google Scholar, you'll see several examples of how clinical dashboards can be part of the solution to improve patient care. So now on to highlighting some of the common skills in the health informatics field. If you look at enough job descriptions, you'll start to see patterns on key skills that are often advertised for roles in the health informatics field. These skills include some clinical experience. This could be obtained through previously working as a nurse, pharmacy technician, clinical research assistant, or at the help desk in a hospital. It can also be through a degree, obtaining your master's in health informatics. You might also see these roles advertising for people who have experience with data visualization tools. This can be something as standard as building a chart or graph in Excel to experience with more advanced tools, such as Power BI, Tableau, or Click. If you're interested in learning more about data visualization, I would suggest downloading Microsoft Power BI Desktop, which you can do for free, and searching for Power BI through a website called Microsoft Learn. This website contains tons of free tutorials where you can beef up your data visualization skills in this space for free. There's also tons of tutorials on YouTube as well, where you can learn and upskill in the data visualization space. One programming language that you might see advertised over and over again for health informatics roles is experience with SQL, which stands for Structured Query Language. This is a language that is used to interact with data stored in databases. With the move to digitizing healthcare records, the amount of data that is stored and collected in healthcare organizations has exponentially grown. This is one of the reasons why a career in health informatics can be fulfilling, as problems are always changing. There's never a dull moment. To be able to sort through all the different types of healthcare data that exists, from healthcare claims, blood work data from the labs, and patient demographic information, to name a few, SQL is used to sort through tons of data and organize messy data into actionable information. Later on in the session, I'll give a concrete example of how this can be done with writing SQL queries. Finally, strong communication skills are key in most roles, but it is especially important in the health informatics field. Oftentimes, you'll be the analytical translator, and this is a term that I found from a McKinsey article, which describes the health informatic role to the T. One day, you might be meeting with clinicians and developing requirements on a program or report they would like to see developed, which helps them to better track certain clinical metrics. Another day, you might be working with a software development team to actually flesh out these requirements and understand how long it's going to take to build. And so you'll be in the in-between between the clinician and IT to develop a report or solution that clinicians are looking for. So let's get into what a typical day in the life might look like. Patients being readmitted back into hospital is a costly issue. For example, in 2018, the Canadian Institute for Health Information estimated readmission to hospital costs more than $2.1 billion a year in Canada. And most importantly, it can often lead to negative effects for the patients. There has been research which has shown a reduction in patient readmission rates when there is a follow-up call. This could help medication adherence and also help patients feel more supported. Imagine your boss wants you to create a report which can determine which diabetic patients might be at risk for readmission back to hospital, so that this information can be flagged to community nurses who are carrying out the follow-up with patients. You might think the first step is just to dive into the data, but actually the first step would be to have conversations with clinicians. You want to make sure you're fully understanding the problem before doing any additional analysis. This could look like asking the community nurses, what tends to be the key characteristics of patients who are often readmitted back to the hospital? Do they tend to be on several different types of medications? Is it age-related? This is where your relevant clinical experience can come in handy to help guide your questions. Once you have the correct frame of reference, then the next step would be to sort through the data. So I want to provide a disclaimer. What I'm showing here is a fake data set and doesn't contain any real patient health information. The data set represents 10 years from 1999 to 2008 of clinical care at 130 US hospitals and integrated delivery networks. It's sourced from a research paper titled Impact of HbA1c Measurement on Hospital Readmission Rates, Analysis of 70,000 Clinical Database Records. And so here what I'm showing you is writing SQL queries and how it can be used to sort through the data. So here I'm selecting the patient demographic table, and you can see it contains information such as the gender, age, weight, the patient ID. And now I'm selecting the patient diagnosis table. And this table has a lot of information in it. It has the number of medications that the patient is on, and it also has a very important key column, which shows if the patient was readmitted back to hospital within 30 days. And so the purpose of this is to basically join the patient demographic information to the diagnosis table for a more fulsome analysis. So now you can combine information such as age and gender with some of the diagnosis information if you have a common column between them. And the common column between these two tables is the patient health card number. So now I've written a SQL query which has joined both the patient demographic and the patient diagnosis table with a common column, which is the encounter ID. So this is just an example of how you can write SQL queries to really dive into the data by connecting tables of information together and doing further analysis. And here I'm showing an example of using a tool called Power BI. And one of the great things about Power BI is it allows you to summarize the data. You don't want to just send, your raw, messy data to clinicians when you're trying to communicate insights. You kind of want to summarize the data into what is your key findings. And Power BI is a great tool to do this. It has a lot of filtering capabilities. It's very interactive. So you see when I select one of the bars here, it changes the numbers. And it really helps you to tell a story. So clinical business intelligence portfolios can be used to showcase the technical skills you've learned. By choosing a common problem within healthcare analytics, such as readmission rates, and then documenting your steps through a GitHub account or creating a website, or documenting your steps and linking this as a resource in your resume, this is a great way to show off your technical skills. And you can use tools like Power BI and SQL to really boost up your portfolio. So just to recap, this is what a typical day in the life of a healthcare data analyst might look like. Step one, have conversations with clinicians to really get clear on what the objective of your analysis is. Step two, sort through lots of data by writing SQL queries. Step three, summarize your findings in graphs and tables using a tool such as Power BI. Present your findings, and oftentimes this is really a cyclical structure because once you present your findings, oftentimes more questions arise, and then you start back at the top again until you both come to a consensus. Oftentimes I'll get this question from the listener of the Health Analytic Insights podcast. What job should I be searching for? I don't even know where to start. And this makes a lot of sense because this field is relatively new and doesn't tend to have established titles, such as a project manager or a business analyst. Therefore, I advise people to search for a technical tool they might have expertise in, plus the word healthcare. For example, one could enter in Power BI plus healthcare into the search box of Indeed or LinkedIn. And in addition, once you start searching enough, you'll start to see some common job titles. They tend to have the word analyst in them. So for example, you might see job titles such as clinical systems analyst, electronic health record analyst. Some of these job titles might exist where you live, but it can be geographical specific. Another tip, if you currently work in a clinical or healthcare organization, you might want to see if your organization has a business intelligence or clinical decision support department and see the roles within this department. And if you have a chance, try to connect with your colleagues and attempt to job shadow for some of the roles. So you can either identify any technical skill gaps you might be solved by taking a relevant course to improve your job application. Although getting a job can be equal parts timing and luck, just throwing your resume into the void of LinkedIn or Indeed can feel like you're not even moving the needle. Instead, you can consider developing your technical skills in Power BI and SQL by creating a portfolio project with a clinical lens. help develop and showcase your technical skills, especially if you already have a strong clinical background as a nurse or pharmacy technician. Creating a portfolio project can show to hiring managers that you also have the necessary technical skills, which can help strengthen your application when applying to jobs. So I've had the opportunity to review several resumes from individuals looking to break into the field. And what I often see is a simple listing of Power BI or SQL. Being able to show concrete proof of your proficiency with these technical tools in the form of the creation of a project can be a boost for your application, especially in this competitive job market. So here I'm showcasing a course that I have through Gumroad, and as a thank you for attending this session, I have a discount code for individuals looking to go through this course. The discount code is ELEVATE, all capital letters, ELEVATE, and it is for 10% off on both the ultimate guide that I have written, as well as the course, which helps you to develop your skills in SQL and Power BI. And this discount code is valid until April 30th, 2026. Again, you can find it through Gumroad, and it's titled Learn the Skills to Get Your First Role as a Healthcare Analyst. One of the major hurdles to creating a clinical portfolio project is the lack of open source clinical data sets which exist because of the risk of releasing personal health information publicly. Therefore, you can find tons of data analytical courses using the popular Microsoft AdventureWorks dataset, but it is much harder to find an analytical course with a clinical lens. And this is something that I struggled with when I first pivoted into this field, and I've created an online course with a clinically focused dataset, which you can use to create your own portfolio project. I also walk you through in detail how to write common SQL queries, and we walk through step by step how you can build your own hospital key performance indicator dashboard using Power BI. As a result of completing this course, you can showcase this dashboard with a unique link that can be embedded in a professional blog or hyperlinked in your resume for hiring managers to see. Completing this course will provide you an opportunity to speak to the specific data cleansing methods you applied and the overall technical skills you have developed. Again, there's a discount code, ELEVATE, for 10% off both the guide and the course until April 30th, 2026. So just to wrap up this session, here are some quick tips on how to enhance your resume if this is a field you're interested in pivoting into. If you have a clinical background, I would highlight this in your resume summary and any technical skills you have gained through self-learning or taking classes. Vice versa, if you have technical skills and are looking to work in a healthcare organization, highlighting your technical skills in your resume summary, and then any volunteering or internships you have done within the hospital or healthcare system will be good to emphasize. I've had a chance to review several resumes, and one thing I've noticed, especially with clinical individuals looking to pivot into the technical field, would be that they forget to include the experience they have with electronic health record systems, such as Epic and Cerner, especially if they were in a super user role where they had additional training and might have trained others. This is really valuable to include on your resume. Earlier, I talked about the clinical business intelligence portfolio. If you have no prior experience, it might be good to create a project which goes through the steps of solving a current healthcare issue, such as readmission rates, using open source data sets, and documenting the data cleansing steps, the statistical analysis, and exploratory data analysis that you did to arrive to the conclusion of your project, and then visualizing that information using a tool such as Power BI or Tableau to summarize your end results. Finally, linking the portfolio project you developed in your resume might be a great way to stand out to employers. So I hope this session has been helpful. I have a link to my newsletter here where I provide job posting, tips on how to break into the health informatics field, and helping to keep you up to date on this rapidly changing field. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have a good rest of the day.
Great. So she has a discount code for attendees that you can use in the next week or two to learn more. Our next talk is more on the corporate side from Michelle Bozeman, who is a senior director at Microsoft, and she will be speaking about the promotion playbook. Oh no, I'm over her face again.
Hello. I want to start with a question that might sting just a little. How many of you believe that if you just keep delivering excellent results, the promotion will come? Yeah. Doing excellent work is not enough to get that promotion. So that's the problem we need to talk about today. Here's what might be keeping you up at night. You're delivering better results than you ever have. You're using AI to multiply your impact. You're also getting great feedback from your manager. But when promotion time comes around, someone else gets it. And you're left wondering, what am I missing? What are they not seeing? So today we're going to talk about the old rules of promotion, why they aren't working anymore, and how to get your tech career back on track. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Michelle Bozeman. I've been in tech for more than 25 years, leading teams in professional services and customer success. I'm currently Senior Director of Cloud Solution Architecture at Microsoft, where my team helps financial services customers with their AI transformation. But more importantly, for today's conversation, I've sat in rooms where promotions get decided both at Microsoft and AWS. And I've seen exactly what separates the people who get promoted from the people who get overlooked. And that's what I want to share with you today. So let's get back to why talented women keep getting passed over. So for years, the rules were pretty clear. Deliver results, prove your leadership, wait to be recognized. And for some of us, that actually worked. You put in the work, your manager noticed, and eventually you got the promotion. But something fundamental has changed. And what's changed? AI has changed the game. When technology can accelerate execution, when AI can write the code or analyze the data in minutes, delivery alone isn't enough anymore. The real differentiator is no longer just what you do, it's how you think, how you position your impact, and how you grow ahead of your role. So today you have to think and operate differently in order to get ahead, or you will be left behind. Because when everyone has access to AI to multiply their output, heads down delivery just doesn't cut it anymore. So let me pull back the curtain on what actually happens in those promotion meetings. Somebody asks, how does she think strategically? What's her measurable business impact? And is she already operating at the next level? And if your manager can't answer with specifics, with evidence that you're thinking beyond your current role, you are done. It doesn't matter how many tasks you've completed or how hard you've worked. So here's the new reality. AI is accelerating execution across your entire organization. Your impact is being measured and compared in real time. And as a manager, I see this today. Also, roles are evolving so fast that the position you want might not even exist yet. And with reorgs happening every 12 to 18 months, your manager might not be there to advocate for you when your name comes up. So this is what I call a visibility gap. Your impact is real, Your thinking is strategic, but if the people making decisions can't see how you think, how you position your work, and how you're already operating at the next level, it does not exist. And that gap is costing you opportunities and the recognition that you've already earned. And let me tell you about Maria. Now, she's a senior consultant at a major tech company. She's been there 5 years and she delivers exceptional results. She's even using AI to accelerate her work and multiply her output. And last month, her manager told her she's doing great work. But last week, she found out someone else got promoted to principal consultant, someone who joined 2 years after she did. Here's what Maria's manager said in the promotion meeting. Maria, yeah, she's a strong executor. She gets things done, really reliable. And that was it. Meanwhile, the person who got promoted, their manager said, Alex identified our customer retention gap, proposed a solution, got buy-in, and led the initiative that saved $3 million. They're not just executing, they're already thinking and operating like a principal consultant. Now, Maria worked just as hard, but Alex positioned their work differently. Now, Maria's problem isn't her work. It's not the work itself. It's that she never positioned her thinking, right? Helping leadership understand the why behind a solution. She just presented her execution. She never connected her work to business strategy. And she never made her ambition visible to leadership. She thought the work would speak for itself. But in the AI era, execution is table stakes. Leadership is looking for how you think and where you're headed. And if you're not clear, you can't expect them to be. Now, some of you are confident in believing that your manager has your back. I hear this a lot in my coaching practice, an over-reliance on managers to represent you. You've updated your manager verbally during every one-on-one, and you are sure they have enough information to represent you during a promotion discussion. In fact, your manager hasn't asked for much documentation at all, right? Now, some companies like Amazon will explicitly say that the manager is responsible for the promotion documentation and the discussion. But some of you will experience this, early in your, early career, mid-career promotions. Your manager can take a few bullets and speak confidently that you're performing at the next level. But the more senior you are, the harder and more competitive that promotion will be, and you cannot leave it to chance. It's up to you to develop your story, portfolio of work accomplishments, and package it for your manager. So I'll say it again, that old playbook, it's dead. In 2026, promotions don't happen to people who deliver. They happen to people who think strategically, position their impact clearly, and make their growth trajectory visible. So what's the new playbook? It comes down to a really simple formula. Clarity plus visibility plus influence equals opportunity. I'm going to break that down for you. Clarity, that means you know your strategic impact and can articulate your thinking. Not, I manage customer accounts, but I identified the retention gap in our enterprise segment, proposed a proactive outreach strategy, and prevented $3 million in churn. You're not just reporting what you did, you're showing how you think. Now, visibility, that means the right people see your strategic thinking. This just isn't, naked self-promotion, right? This is helping your skip level manager, your director to see what's going on. The people in the room where promotions are discussed need to know who you are, right? I know some of you are thinking, man, I don't want to be that relentless self-promoter. But this is strategic positioning. It's making sure leadership knows how you think, not just what you deliver. And finally, there's influence. That means you're connected to what's coming next, not just what's happening now. You're identifying problems before they're priorities, and you're proposing solutions to emerging challenges. You're positioning yourself for roles that don't even exist yet. And that's how you're going to stay relevant in the AI era. So let me give you something that you can implement immediately. And that's the one-page impact summary. So before your next one-on-one with your manager, create a simple one-pager with 3 sections. The strategic problem you identified, that's the gap or opportunity that you see that others missed. The solution you proposed, what did you recommend and why? Use your thinking, not just your doing. And the business impact that you drove, connected to revenue, efficiency, customer retention, whatever leadership cares about. Use numbers and data. Now, I have an AI prompt that will make this super, super easy for you. So here's what happens when you bring this to your one-on-one. So first, you're demonstrating strategic thinking, not just task completion. Second, your manager now has the exact language to advocate for you in promotion discussions. And let's face it, your manager doesn't want to work too hard. Let's make it easy for them, right? And third, you're positioning yourself as somebody who's already operating at the next level. Do this once, and I guarantee you, your manager will see you differently. Now, here's what that looked like at AWS. We were going into a new fiscal year, and a member of my team noticed an emerging pattern connecting customer satisfaction issues with employee experience on certain types of engagement. They didn't wait for an org-wide initiative. They identified the problem, developed a way to detect it early and measure it, and created guidance for engagement teams to better address the issue before it escalated. This improved both employee retention and customer satisfaction across multiple accounts. The visibility of this work and the impact attracted sponsorship, which just amplified the story. This consultant got promoted within 6 months. Same company, same role, different approach. So here's where most of you are right now. You're thinking, okay, Michelle, this makes sense, but I'm already drowning and feeling overwhelmed. I don't have time to figure out how to do this while I'm managing my team, dealing with uncertainty, and honestly, just trying to stay employed. Work isn't getting any easier, and I don't have time for this. So I get this. I have been there. And when they say work smarter, not harder, this is the moment. And that's exactly why I built the Career Momentum Blueprint. So this walks you through the formula and provides additional guidance. This blueprint helps you position yourself strategically, making your ambition visible without burning out, and staying competitive and promotable in the AI era. It is not theory. It's the exact process I used at Microsoft and AWS, and then I've talked to hundreds of women in tech. And I recently added more guidance based on current obstacles women face staying on the promotion track and recovering from setbacks. So, life favors those who take action, right? And action always beats indecision and procrastination. So if you don't like where you are right now, you got to do something different. Last year, I offered free coaching sessions. And this year, I wanted to get even more targeted. I want more women to be able to take immediate action without waiting, scheduling a session that could be weeks from now. We want to do this right now, right? Grab the free AI prompt to create your one-page impact summary. This will help level you up. It'll level up your one-on-ones, your skip level meetings, your promotion prep. It is a game-changing habit. And for those that are ready to make the shift and stop being left behind, check for my online course to show you how to level up using the Career Momentum Blueprint. And the first 50 to sign up for this will get a 50% discount and access to career coaching sessions. I really want you to succeed. So scan this QR code right now, and this will get you there so that you can download that AI prompt, and you'll see access to the Career Momentum formula. Look, the old playbook is gone. In the AI era, promotions happen to people who think strategically, position their impact clearly, and make their growth trajectory visible. You can keep waiting to be recognized, or you can design your own playbook. Scan the code. Let's get started. Thank you so much for listening to this session, and I wish each and every one of you the very best. Thank you.
That's such a great offer. I'm totally scanning and trying to check out. So thank you, Michelle, for another inspiring talk and amazing offer for everyone tuning in. I'm going to keep going on. I know we had a lot of changes in our schedule today, so it's a good thing we didn't actually publish any of the times. Our next speaker is Boomi, and I'm going to pull up her talk right now about performance reviews. So we're in the thick of it. While you sign up for your 50% off of Michelle Bozeman's talk, you can ruminate about how to have an amazing and productive performance review.
Hello, Girl Geek X. My name is Bumi Odumade, and today I'm going to talk about how to have empowering performance reviews. Specifically, going to look from the person receiving the review. So, to be in sync, I'm going to start with some terminology which applies to this presentation, even if not the rest of your life. The review receiver is the person who gets the review, probably from their boss. Sometimes I'll just say receiver. That sounds like sports, but I mean the review, the receiver. The review giver is giving the review to someone. They're delivering it. They're probably the boss, but they're probably receiving it from their own boss as well. So today's focus is you as the receiver. See, did it already. And we're going to talk about reviews, responsibilities for all parties briefly, but really diving in to the receiver, and also a section on what to do when reviews go wrong. We'll close. There will be some appendices for offline viewing because we have 20 minutes. So let's get started. Why hear from me? Like most of you, I've had a lot of experience as a review receiver. Here's one example in the screenshot. The same area of improvement that was there for ages was about having more confidence. So, and I've been a manager or above multiple times, so I also have a lot of experience as a review giver. And often it was to people who I had met less than a year ago, a year before I had to give them the review, sometimes a matter of 3 or 4 months, like in this screenshot. So let's talk about reviews. Why companies do them? There are a lot of reasons, but the point here is that when they are done well, they can have benefits for the receiver. What are those benefits? We're going to talk about 5 of them super quick, but there could be more. We're going to talk about reflection, a snapshot, pure consistency, identifying training needs, and bridging leadership changes. So first of all, it can be a time to reflect. It helps to pause and reflect. It helps the employees. It helps the company at large. So to you as the receiver, reflection can bring insights. And you've ideally been getting feedback year round. So an effective performance review is going to assemble all those pieces together. It's one place to view a snapshot of your strengths and areas of improvement, your career goals, and maybe other things like promotion or other things. And we all have different bosses. People in similar job functions often have different bosses. So reviews can help lead to consistency. Consistency can help minimize bias and aim for fairness, especially if we're using reviews for evaluations like with promotions or comp. It helps that be more equitable. And we continue learning. Reviews can help identify training needs, not only for the employee, but sometimes it identifies training that the entire company might need or all its employees might. And if you ever had a new boss, the review can be just one way, not the only way. You still need to form the relationship, but it can be one way for your new boss to learn about you. It should be combined with other ways. So now we'll talk about roles and responsibilities. Well, first, we're going to talk about what makes the review empowering, and that comes from year-round feedback and effective performance reviews. The intersection of that is empowerment. Today, we're going to talk about the right side. So what does make a review effective or empowering? I broke this into two categories, the context and the review. The context means we know what the review is going to be used for. It's clear. And the org has flexible consistency, which sounds like an oxymoron, but I'm going to explain that. And the review can be a milestone bridging the past and the future. It's a snapshot in time. The review, so that's the context under which the review is being used. The review itself should be one delivery, even though it's going to take multiple inputs, because you've been working with multiple people. Ideally has no surprises. Surprises should be extreme exceptions. It highlights strengths and wins. And it's also going to talk about your areas of improvement, but also the support you're getting for it. And it's delivered as a conversation, potentially with follow-up. So multiple players here, where we have the company, usually HR and ops, the review giver, the boss, peers and collaborators you're working with, and you as the review receiver. Responsibilities across the board. The company's responsibilities include clarifying the rules and timing of the review. It also includes providing training. People don't usually start jobs just knowing how to write or deliver or receive reviews, so they should provide training to the staff. And they set the guideline for flexible consistency. Remember, I said I was going to explain that. This is enough consistency so that things are fair. Things like comp promotion decisions, especially as people have different bosses. But it's also flexible enough because we have different job functions and levels and contributions, and it's flexible enough to capture those things for proper evaluation. The responsibilities of the giver or your boss. First of all, I hope they believe reviews can be empowering. If they don't, tell them. And they are going to gather input from other people because they're not the only one you've worked with. Maybe you don't even work together that much. They've hopefully been giving you feedback year round. If not, let's address that. And they're going to write up the empowering review, deliver it as a two-way conversation, and follow up as needed. So now we get to you, the person receiving the review. We're going to deep dive, and this is a preview of what we're going to talk about. There are year-round considerations, which we're going to talk about, review time considerations, and all of that is enveloped by a foundation of self-advocacy. Okay? So let's deep dive. Self-advocacy. If you need to, I would read more about this. It's going to be super important to your career. But the summary is you have to advocate for yourself. You can't expect your work to speak for itself because it's not going to. And also, please don't expect others to notice your work and remember it when the time comes, because you don't remember everything you did either. It's going to be really important to be your own advocate throughout your entire career. Okay? So now let's talk about the goals. We're going to set goals at least annually. These should be SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Those goals should be tied not just to the work we're doing, but the impact, which is also tied to the business outcome. and it should be documented in a shared place. This isn't a secret that I'm keeping for myself. It should be shared with at least your boss. You should revisit it from time to time because you're changing, the company's goals may be changing. So check it. I would say at least every other month, make sure it's still valid because that's what you're going to be rated on later. If they do change, make sure that's updated and that's shared. And hopefully this goes without saying, but you're doing the work to follow through on the goals. Now you're going to be having some ongoing conversations. First of all, it's going to be really important to share your work and the impact with your manager often throughout the year. You're sharing your progress on the goals. You're talking about your wins and the impact. And you're also discussing career development. If you need them to sponsor you somehow, it helps to talk about it in the ongoing conversations with your boss. You're working with other people, so it's important to share your work and the impact with the team and the stakeholders. So this means your contributions are visible, you're showing and telling, and you're connecting the work that you're doing, not just to your personal goals, but also the team goals, because I bet the team has goals. If you are in when you are in meetings, be present, don't be distracted. And I intentionally split up the speak up in meetings as needed, because for some that needs to be a reminder as well. Self-advocacy. Now, don't forget about yourself. It's important to reflect on your work and your impact. This is above and beyond what you've shared elsewhere. So have your own notes, something that talks more about what you've been doing. This should include at least your wins and the impact. Repetitive, right? And I actually recommend this so much, I built a tool for wins. Feedback. Take a deep breath. If you're not getting feedback, request it. Ask your boss, ask your team, ask other people, and it helps to be specific about what you're asking. Not just, can you give me feedback, but maybe ask, is there something I could have done differently on X project or something? Feedback helps you grow. And so reward yourself for that growth. If you're getting positive feedback, note it, but keep doing it so that you keep getting the positive feedback. The real discussion comes in constructive feedback. This is where I'm going to probably spend a little more time. It's going to still be important to receive this gracefully. Feedback, positive or constructive, is a gift. Constructive feedback especially, it's the gift that's not always easy to give. So when you're receiving it, seek clarity. Try to understand where it's coming from, the purpose, the intent, all of that. It's going to be hard, but resist the urge to defend in the moment. If it is worth defending against, that can happen. But initially, receive it gracefully to understand. Then afterwards, make sure you're working on the feedback, make sure you're making progress, and note that progress along your wins, because you're growing, and you're growing in both ways. Right? So we've talked about the foundation of self-advocacy and the year-round items. Now we're going to talk about review time. Self-reviews. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to consolidate all of the work and impact you've been doing throughout the year into one amazing document. Okay? It's not the time to be modest. No matter how amazing the boss is, they're not going to remember every amazing thing you do. So it's your chance. This is a time to ask self-advocate with all the details about the work and the impact. Dig deep. I have to tell people that all the time, including myself, dig deep. And if you have been tracking your wins and impact, thank your prior self, because it's gonna be easier now. I try to practice what I'm preaching, but it's a lesson that took me a while to learn too. I learned it way later than I should have, because I want to be modest, don't want to be boastful, and my work should speak for itself. I had a boss a few years ago who just wrote glowing reviews for me. So I got better at self-reviews because I wanted for him to have less to write. And I got better at self-reviews, but he still topped me every time. And that's a good problem to have. It's not a problem. It's a good situation to be in. Okay? So your self-reviews got to rock. Now, it's almost time for the conversation. So let's get in the right mindset as we think of the upcoming review. As a reminder, reviews don't have to be scary. But if they are, please don't beat yourself up for being scared. Instead, feel the fear and proceed anyway. Now, at least for now, the person giving the review is a human. They may also be nervous. It's not the big bad boss. And effective reviews have benefits that I shared already. Even in companies where rules or constraints may reduce the benefits, there's still going to be some benefits to you. Additional prep that you should do, read the stuff beforehand, read your goals, read your self-review. If the review was shared with you, read that and note any questions along the way. Now, the rest of this is really up to you. I recommend having a little time to yourself right before so you're not running late or coming in with the wrong, flustered. But if you need a distraction, you do you. I do recommend, though, to block time after the conversation because it might run long, or you might need to digest or reflect, or you might need to celebrate, right? Now we're at the conversation. This is a conversation, so both of you should be listening. So, and for you specifically, acknowledge what you hear. This isn't about, do you agree or do you disagree? For now, acknowledge. If you don't understand something, ask clarifying questions because you do need to understand the feedback. And these should be real questions. Have you ever had people say, I don't get it? When they do get it, they just want to keep saying they disagree. Ask real questions, not disguised disagreements. And if you do ask for more examples, be ready to hear that. Because a good leader, they're going to have multiple examples because they are hopefully giving you constructive feedback on a trend and not just one situation. So even if they don't share everything, they probably have more examples. But then it's counterproductive if you get the more examples to feel like they're keeping score. Okay? If it helps you, take notes during the conversation. Okay? So we've talked about the foundation of self-advocacy, the year-round things we should be doing with goals, ongoing conversations and feedback, both positive and constructive. And we've talked about review time with self-reviews, prepping for the conversation and having the conversation. So now what about reviews that might go wrong? What did you think when you got to this section? Did you think I should do nothing for reasons like this? Or I want to do something, but for reasons like this? Well, this isn't live, so I can't hear. So I do need to start with some truth. This can be risky, it can. Okay? Even in environments where it's not risky, it can be uncomfortable. So you're going to have to decide for yourself at your company and your situation. If you do decide to address a review that went wrong, it's going to be uncomfortable, but if you do it anyway, you'll know you tried. So now I'm going to go to the advice. And that advice, I'm going to start with a note for underrepresented people, 5 steps, and an appendix we won't get to, but I have slides for in case you need to escalate. So this is the Girl Geek X conference. We're all underrepresented. The playing field's not always level. That's real. And so I don't want to brush that under the rug, but that does make the steps in this section even more important because it's our reality. So I'm going to name 2 things that are both true. Bias may be part of the story, isms may be part of the story. However, don't automatically assume they are the story. I have a prior talk about reducing bias in the workplace, but for going forward, for this presentation, it's just worth noting that. Okay. So step 1 of 5, frame of mind. This is not the same thing as mindset. This means you just got upset and means you need to be in the right frame of mind before you can address it. So let's get you there. However you need to get there. Do you need to take some time to think things over? Not overthinking though. Or do you need to do something else to occupy your mind because maybe the space is going to help you? Take whatever the time to get into the mindset. This may mean you're meditating with a chai latte and a book for pleasure. Come back when you're ready. Another slide I'm going to spend a little time on. You need to check in with yourself. Are you open? Have you been open to receiving constructive feedback? Can you think of a time that you've received constructive feedback and acted on it? If you can't, great. You can stop listening to me for a few seconds and you're going to carry that into this process. But if you can't, then it may be worth looking into how you receive feedback. And if you need to do that, you need to do that before this conversation. True story, I once had a director who was not good at receiving feedback, sent him articles about it, and he was really appreciative, said it would help him professionally and personally. Can be done. Now it's time to journal. Call this a journal for a reason because you're writing out your thoughts and your feelings unfiltered. This is getting it out. You're not worried about the words because this is all for yourself. Write whatever you want, they're valid feelings. If it helps, you can talk about this with somebody that you trust. Okay? Now, on step 4, we're jotting the thoughts for the conversation. Do not send this. This is very important. It should be a conversation, not a long email or Slack conversation. So, as you're jotting down the thoughts, I recommend bullet points because you're not going to read a script anyway. This isn't a play. I'd also recommend rehearsing beforehand, even in front of a Zoom or a mirror. The real thing's going to flow differently, but just the rehearsal can help you feel better. And if you can, I would run it by a trusted friend, mentor, or coach. If you can, someone who's actually delivered written feedback and may have someone like this coming to them. Okay? Now, about having the conversation, schedule it. Schedule a specific meeting for this. Don't try to squeeze it into other existing meetings. And also give the other person time to prepare. It's a human on the other end. During the conversation, it's important to lead with the concerns. Gonna maybe have emotions, but let's try to have clarity over the emotions. And it's gonna also be important to state your case clearly, but also listen to theirs. You may or may not win this, but the main goal is to have understanding and resolution. So that was the recap of what to do when it goes wrong. We talked about the 5 steps, and I said there's an appendix for escalating. So before your next review, ask yourself, do I have clear documented goals? Am I sharing my work and impact regularly with my boss and team? Have I received feedback recently? And if it was constructive, have I acted on it? What's your answer? If it's no, that's your starting point. If it's yes, great. Either way, keep going. So here's some links. I mentioned a win and impact tracking tool. There's a link to that. A workplace's preferences sheet can help inform your goals. And I believe performance reviews can be empowering. So I talk about it often. I have a 2024 blog and I have a 2024 presentation, but that was focused on the giver end. The slides for this specifically are at that link. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn or my site, my Sessionize profile, Slack groups we're in. And if you're early career, follow Ada Marie on the various socials because I'm one of the experts sharing information year round. Thank you. Oh, I have 3 slides about escalation as a last resort. We won't go through them, but they are here in the slides. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm glad everyone is able to hopefully jot down some LinkedIn, TechBee, Sessionize, Ada Marie stuff about how to follow Boomie's excellent advice on leadership and her career coaching. Now, our next speaker is going to be moving into the early impact side as an engineer at Stripe. Sorry, I had to hide my window. Apparently, they start registration for something school-related right at noon, so we had to go try to do that. And
Hi everyone, my name is Ananya Kapoor, and I started at Stripe as a new grad software engineer in August 2024. Within my first year at Stripe, my manager was willing to put me up for an up level. At Stripe, that means that your manager believes that you've already been operating at the next level for at least 6 months. I was just trying to become the person my team couldn't imagine losing. Today, I want to give you the practical playbook behind that. But before I get into the how, I want to reframe something. Because I think most people walk into a new role focused on the wrong thing. You got the job, you passed the interviews. They know you have the skills. That is not what you need to prove anymore. What you need to prove is whether you can be trusted, whether you make the people around you better, whether you're willing to show up for things
no one asked you to show up for, whether you have an opinion, and whether you're willing to share it. The engineers who advanced fast are not the ones who constantly remind their team of their technical skills. They're the ones who become indispensable. And here's what makes this urgent right now. AI is getting very good at the technical part of the job. Writing code, explaining systems, generating tests. It's only getting faster. Which means the skills that got you hired are becoming table stakes faster than any of us could have imagined. So the question is no longer, how can you prove that you're technically capable? It is, what do you have that AI doesn't? Let me tell you a story that answers that question. When I joined Stripe, my team loaned me out to another team to help on a project. I could have thought of it as temporary, done what I was asked to do, kept my head down, delivered my tasks, and waited to go back. That would have been completely reasonable and no one would have blamed me. But I didn't do that. Instead, I showed up like it was my team. Like these were my colleagues. Like the work mattered. Because honestly, it did. I tried to understand not just the code base, but the people. What they were working on, what was hard for them, what mattered to them. I focused on being genuinely useful every day in whatever way I could. Not because I wanted to build a reputation, just because that's what good work looks like. 10 months later, when the manager of that team heard I was looking to switch teams, she asked me immediately. She didn't wait. She didn't look back in 2 weeks. And at the same time, she was willing to nominate me for an up level. That team is now my team. The choice I made early on to not treat it as temporary, to invest fully, even when I didn't have to, is what changed everything. So what was I doing exactly? There were 3 moves that compounded over time. Knowing the humans is as important as knowing the code base. Owning things nobody asked me to own. And lastly, asking directly for what I wanted. Let's go through each one of these. When you join a new team, one of the most valuable things you can do in the first few weeks has nothing to do with code. It's getting to know the people, actually knowing them. What drives them, what they're working on, where they come from, what success looks like for them. That is what humans are best at. Every person you work with has context you don't have yet. And when you take time to understand that context, genuinely, 2 things happen. First, you become dramatically better at your job because you understand why decisions get made the way they do. And second, people trust you because they can feel that you see them more than just a function. Find the people you'll be working with closely and build a real relationship with them. Start with the people closest to your actual work and really understand their world. I was constantly asking designers and PM, what are you working on? What makes your job hard? How can I help? Not to seem helpful or be pretentious, but because I genuinely wanted to know. And believe me, people can sense that. Real curiosity compounds. The questions you ask in month 1 shape what you're trusted with in month 12. The deeper you go on understanding the people, the better your instincts get about what success actually looks like. Here's what it looked like in practice for me. When I was given the task to be the front-end lead on a work stream, I could have treated it as a technical assignment. Here's the scope, here's the spec, go and build it. Instead, I invested real time in understanding why the work was being done the way it was. And that's because it was a new kind of work, and the context mattered enormously. I sat in user meetings, not because people asked me to, but because I wanted to hear directly from the people we were building for. This allowed me to think from the user's perspective, not just the engineering side. Acting as a quasi PM, in a lot of ways, contributing to conversations about what we should build, not just how. And that shifted everything. My technical decisions got better because I understood the trade-offs and context. I became more useful in every conversation because I had the full picture. Because I was willing to tell them what made sense. And not just from the engineering side. People wanted to bring me in earlier into conversations because they knew that I was going to help them figure out what was actually right. And that's what genuine curiosity does over time. It turns you from someone who executes decisions into someone who helps shape them. And this brings me to something genuinely underrated. People want to hear your opinion. Early engineer careers are often taught to stay in their lane. Don't overstep. What I found is that the opposite is true. Designers, PMs, colleagues aren't looking for someone who executes quietly. They're looking for a technical partner, someone who will push back, add something, make the work better. When you show up with a perspective, you become someone worth talking to. When you don't, you're just a pair of hands. It's not whether you share, it's also how. Show that you understand the goal before you offer an alternative. Frame it as a question, not a verdict. Don't say, this design won't work, but I want to make sure this holds up at scale. Can I share what I am seeing on the technical side? Done right, people become extremely appreciative of this skill. They start pulling you in earlier. They want your read on decisions that get made. That's when you stop being the engineer assigned to this project and become someone everyone wants in the room. Principle underneath everything I'm describing is give before you take. The fastest way to build influence is to make yourself useful before you need anything from anyone. Each small act, fix the thing nobody asked you to fix, help with the task outside your lane. It's a deposit into a trust account, and the withdrawals come later. They come easily because the account is full. Here's what that looked like for me. Our PM was deeply passionate about a feature that required a design that our internal library did not support yet. We'd be the first team to execute it, setting the pattern for every team that came after this. The stakes were real. I spent weeks on it, testing approaches, understanding constraints, figuring out what was actually possible. And here's something I want to call out, because it gets left out of these talks. Not everything is feasible. Not every design is implementable exactly as drawn. And that's part of being a good software engineer, relaying that information to your team clearly, honestly, and most importantly, early. Pushing back is not a failure to deliver. It's a service. It means you understand the problem deeply enough to know where the gaps are. I pushed back on some approaches, explained the trade-offs, and then I found a way to match what the team actually needed. The team's confidence in me dramatically shifted after that. Not just because I shipped something hard, but because they'd seen how I worked through that. Deeply, honestly, and following through with everything that I did. That combination is what builds trusts that lasts. So when I eventually joined the new team permanently, I now had a fresh challenge. Building trust with people I'd never shipped before as a full team member. I had worked with some of them, but not all. What I did? I paid attention. I noticed that the on-call process had friction baked in. Nothing dramatic, just slow. So I talked to people, found the bottlenecks, worked on fixing it, and delivered. I was deliberate about communicating the progress in team meetings, sharing where things stood, what had changed, on Slack, sharing what was coming. And this was not to promote myself. This was to keep people in the loop, to be someone who says they'll do something and then goes and does it. That work is something that I continue to own today. One gap: noticed, fixed, communicated. I wasn't asked by anyone to do this. The relationships that came from it were completely organic. I now want to come back to something that I said at the start. AI is getting genuinely good at the technical part of our jobs. Right now, it can write code, explain systems, generate tests, propose architecture. It's getting better every day, every hour, honestly. Which means that the things that got you hired is no longer the thing that will make you indispensable. We said at the beginning, they already know you have the skills. That is more true now than ever, because now AI also has the skills. So the question is, what do you have that AI doesn't? You have the PM who trusts your read on a trade-off because you sat in user meetings you weren't asked to. You have the designer whose feature you spent weeks getting right because you took it seriously. You pushed back honestly, but you delivered. You have the manager of a team you were only borrowed to help, who asks you to join permanently the moment she hears you might be available, because you chose not to treat it as temporary. And months of that choice built something that no model can manufacture. AI cannot build these relationships. AI cannot notice the friction nobody named and decide to fix it. AI cannot make the people around it better simply by being genuinely curious about what they're working on. The humans who get remembered are the ones who figured out how to be irreplaceable. Not technically, humanly. And that is what this is about. All of that only creates leverage if the right people can see it, though. And making your work visible is itself a skill. Not self-promotion, just clear communication. This is extremely important. A simple weekly sync with your manager. Here's what I shipped, what I learned, what I'm unsure about, what I'm planning. Does this match your expectations? Ask for feedback often and ask for it early. Don't wait until it's too late. Give them a Slack update that gives context, not just status. These are not performances. They're information your team needs to trust you with more. And the most underrated move? Tell people directly what you want. Not a hint, a specific direct conversation. I want to own this work stream. Here's why I'm ready. Here's how I'll do it. Most engineers wait to be recognized. And this is not just engineers, this holds true for everyone, honestly. They assume that their manager is tracking their ambitions without being told. That's the slow path. Empty mouths do not get fed. When I said I wanted to make the switch permanent to the team, the manager who had watched what I'd built over months did not hesitate. She went above and beyond to make it happen in record time. When I asked to be nominated for an up level, She did not hesitate again. And that's what months of giving first, combined with one clear, direct ask, actually looks like in practice. Luck finds people who make themselves easy to find. So, there are 3 things I want you to take with you. The first is knowing the humans is as important as knowing the code base. Get to know the people closest to your work. Really know them. Sit in the meetings you didn't have to sit in. Think from the user's perspective, not just the engineers. That's the foundation everything else is built on. Then, own things nobody asked you to own. There is friction everywhere. Give before you take. Find the gap. Fix it and communicate the progress. Push back when you need to, though. That's part of the job. And never treat an opportunity as temporary just because it was handed to you that way. Lastly, ask for what you want directly. Empty mouths do not get fed. Make your ambitions legible to the person who can help you. The ask only lands because of everything that came before that. Your first few weeks on a new team can define your trajectory for years. Not because of how impressive your first PR was, but because of the relationships you invested in the gaps you decided to own, and the choice you make about whether to show up fully, even when not asked to. We're in a moment where the technical floor keeps rising, and AI keeps raising it. Double down on the parts that cannot be automated, the relationships, the judgment, the trust you build. The humans who get remembered are the ones who AI cannot replace. Be one of those. Thank you so much.
A very motivating session about doing the work. And I think I like her points about knowing the humans, making connections, and making yourself indispensable in this era of AI. So it's really, really great career advice, not just for the early career people, but just like everyday reminder of the importance of us humans. Her next talk comes from a university.
Hi, everyone. My name is May Timrez. I'm a student success specialist at the College of Engineering at the University of California, Riverside. I'm an electrical engineer with an MBA. I'm a Fulbright scholar, and I'm also the recipient of the Anita Berg Award in 2015. Today, I will be talking about engineering your career path through research and why you should start as soon as possible. So let us get started. On a daily basis, sometimes, as I'm supporting undergrad students engage in research, I hear the following. I hear students telling me, I need to know everything before I start, or that I must wait until I'm a senior, or that research will impact my GPA negatively, or that research is only for students who are pursuing a career path. And this is far from the truth. Research is about learning what you don't know. As an undergrad, you bring fresh ideas and energies to the lab. It will also help make you a better engineer because you will be engaged in a lot of hands-on projects. And finally, for transfer students specifically, but for everyone else as well, you need to start as soon as you can. Another thing that I hear from students is that faculty only want students who have been here since freshman year. So transfers excludes themselves immediately. And this is also far from the reality. In reality, faculty value that technical grit. Transfer and first-gen students are resilient, are able to navigate complex and tough situations and work under pressure. And this is the lab environment, right? A lot of stress, a lot of under pressure work. So your background is something unique that will make you stand out and make you more desirable to the lab PIs rather than be a barrier. So to say this again, some of the stuff that you might see as a barrier is actually your advantage. Transfer and first-gen students have high resilience. They have the ability to navigate complex situations and solve problems under pressure. You had to navigate your path from your community college to your 4 years college. You had to navigate the path of the education system sometimes without additional support. And all of those are skills that are really valuable in a lab and research situation. Lab is not just about calculations and experiments, it's more about troubleshooting and working under stress and pressure and being able to navigate those situations. So your skills here are your advantage and not your barrier. So you need to change your mindset and start viewing them as advantages. And why you should start early. Everyone should start pursuing and looking for research opportunities as soon as possible, because first, as an engineer, it's going to help you find your passion. It's going to help you find the field that you're excited about. It's going to help you gain a massive career advantage. It's tough times here, and being able to find a job after graduating is not as easy as it used to be. So you need to be able to gain as much advantage as you can. It's going to help you build your network with people within your lab, your mentor, your PI, your professor, any other grad students and postdocs in the lab. But it's also going to help you connect with researchers when you're presenting at a conference or a symposium. So it's going to be one of those opportunities to help you expand that network. It's going to help you develop critical skills. Some of those skills can only be obtained in the lab. Problem solving, public speaking, presenting, technical communication, being able to present difficult concepts and difficult engineering concepts to the general public or non-technical audiences, a lot of technical skills and a lot of soft skills as well. And it's going to be a test drive for grad school, right? So if you thought that you want to pursue grad school after finishing your bachelor's degree, this would be an opportunity for you to see if this is for you or not, because this is going to be your lifestyle. So why not see how you like it before fully committing to it? So let's take it one step by step. First, discovery. You need to know what is available. You need to know what research your college is doing, what research your faculty departments are doing. And always keep in mind, you're not limited to your department. Research is multidisciplinary, so you can always look based on the field that you're interested in rather than just your department. And then you need to start building your foundation. Your foundation will be certain knowledge. You need to start strengthening certain relationships. You need to start connecting, especially with TAs and some professors. What do you need? Your resume, for example. So what do you need as a foundation to be able to start pursuing research opportunities? Then you need to start reaching out. You need to start inquiring about those opportunities and see what's available. And finally, taking the leap, applying if there's an application, accepting an offer from a faculty, and start your research journey. So let's dig deeper into each step. First, discovery. You need to start reading widely. A lot of those research are posted on those faculties' websites, on your department's website. It's also shared in newsletters when there's big achievements or awards that are given away. You need to start attending some seminars or talks that are hosted by those faculty when they share what they're working on and their research, because this is going to be one of the ways that you will learn what's going on and what type of research is happening on your campus. And it's also going to encourage you to start asking yourself, is this something that I'm excited about? Is this something that I really look to learn more about and engage in? Or is this something that, you know what, I know I don't like? So it's going to really help you figure out what field you're more interested in and what field you really want to dig deeper into and explore. And then you need to start building that foundation, right? Getting a high GPA is nice, but it's not everything, right? You need to focus more on understanding certain topics rather than just getting the high GPA in a test, a high score in a test, or the high GPA for in general. You need to start going to office hours. Going to office hours is a way for you to build relationships and connections with TAs and professors, because this will be something that you can either go back and ask them for a recommendation letter, or that professor could be the person that offers you to join their lab. It's all important and it's all going to be beneficial at the end. And forming study groups, learning in groups is something that will help you better learn the concepts that you're having difficulty understanding. And this is something that is really key in research, but at the same time, you might be able to engage in something through one of your peers, because this is going to be a way for you to start building those relationships. So GPA is important, but it's not everything. And there's much more that you can do to make you more desirable for faculty to invite you to join their lab. That is not just your GPA. So now that you've built your foundation, you need to start connecting more and reaching out. So as we mentioned, building those connections with a TA, a graduate student, your peers, and being involved with student orgs is going to be something that really give you that exposure that you will need. You will be aware of opportunities. You can ask for a referral because you already have those connections. It will also going to be maybe an opportunity for you to reach out and request a recommendation letter if it's something that is required for an application you're submitting. Talking to TAs and grad students will be valuable because this is their day-to-day and they might give you a lot of good insights about their work. It's also you're gonna have to do your homework, because the last thing that a faculty wants is for you to reach out with a cold email asking them to join their lab and that's it, right? You need to be thoughtful. You need to be showing that you are really interested in their lab specifically. So you need to avoid the ask email. And that is like, hi, I'm a new transfer. I'm looking for a research opportunity. Do you have something? Can I join your lab? You can imagine how many emails like this a faculty would receive and why they might not respond to you. The aim or the inquiry email shows that you've done your homework. I read about your recent work on this topic. I was intrigued by this methodology that you used as a first gen or as a transfer student with a focus on this tool or this field. I would love to learn more about how I can contribute and how can I get involved. Do you have some time for us to meet and talk more about the possibility of me joining your lab? You see the difference? You need to show that you've put in a little bit of work before reaching out, and that can play a huge role, right? Because this is the first impression you're leaving. And then taking that step, right? If there's an application, you need to make sure that you read the requirements, you're aware of the due date, you have all the documents, you've reached out and asked all the questions you have so that you're ready to apply before the deadline. If it's just a direct connection between you and the faculty, you need to make sure that you're also presenting yourself in a way that makes you attractive to the faculty and makes you someone that they want you to join their lab. And then take the leap and start your research journey. And again, once you start your research journey, you need to start thinking more as a scholar rather than just a student, right? It's something that you've built through evidence. It's something that you've worked on. So you need to own it. You need to stop referring to yourself as I'm just a student, but more of I'm an engineering scholar or I'm an engineer investigating this specific topic. When you own your seat in the lab, it's going to transition the way you think, your mindset, and it's going to transition you from someone following instruction to someone who's creating and engaging in new knowledge. So there's multiple ways for you to consider joining research. You're not limited to just one way, right? You can volunteer. You're always volunteer to join a lab and contribute a few hours a week. You can also work for credit. A lot of engineering majors offer courses, elective research courses, where you can join a lab and get credit at the end. You can get paid positions. A lot of labs have funding to be able to support you and pay for undergrad research students. Or you can join summer research programs. Those are fun. One of my favorite. It's a great opportunity for you to engage as part of a cohort in a 10 to 12 weeks research opportunity. Could be on your campus, it could be off campus, and that really gives you a good taste of what research would look like and if you would like to pursue it even further after or not. I want to share a spotlight of one of my favorite programs that we have here at our College of Engineering, and I think also other colleges at the University of California, Riverside, which is our Summer Bridge to Research, which is a research program for transfer students. This opportunity gives transfer students a really good head start because they start engaging in research the summer before the fall they even start classes. It's a 10-week program, full-time, and it gives them the taste of like, okay, what it's like to be engaged in hands-on research experience before even take the first class. They get familiar with campus before they even start. And because they only have between 2 to 3 years to complete their degree, this really gives that head start that they need to be ahead and succeed. It gives that financial support so you don't have to worry about how to sustain yourself during that summer and only focus on research. And it starts helping you build that community, build connections with peers that might end up being your best friends during your time here, and really help you transition into a student. So I've seen how much this program impacted students. I've seen that some of them end up staying in the lab for the entire 2 years of their time here with us. I've seen some of them really get amazing internships or be able to successfully find really good jobs that they are excited about because they were able to start building their resume and building their portfolio even before they started. So look for opportunities like this one in any university that you are going to. And finally, you need to start building your portfolio. You don't have to wait until you're closer to graduating to build your resume or start that LinkedIn. Do it as soon as possible. And you need, as a researcher, you need to start seeing yourself that way, right? As they say, every failed experiment still has data if you document it well, right? So you need to be able to summarize not just what you did, but how you did it. You need to keep track of all of the technical skills that you are learning. Nothing is small. Everything you learn is worth adding to your portfolio. You need to keep tracking of all of the public opportunities that you engaged in, any poster sessions, any poster symposiums, any papers you published, any presentations you participated in within a conference or something. Those are all evidence of your research journey, and it's something that will make your portfolio very, very competitive by the time you graduate. And always remember, You are a remarkable person. You have a lot to offer. So don't sell yourself short, right? Confidence is not just a feeling. And if you want to take it from a research perspective, it's a product of evidence. Once you see your work impacting, right? Once you see that code working, once you see that data set showing all the impact that you've been working on for hours and hours, your identity as an engineer will become a fact, not just a feeling. Research in action, validate that experience, will give you the unshakable confidence that you will need. So don't limit yourself. Don't exclude yourself early. And you remember that you have a lot to offer. So go ahead and start that research journey. And thank you so much. I'm happy to connect with you after if you have any questions, share some tips. Here's the QR code to my LinkedIn and here's my email. Please don't hesitate to reach out. And I hope this was useful. I hope you gained a few tips that will help you get engaged. And thank you again for the time and for listening to me. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mai, for the insights from the university career counselor. I never actually thought about research, and it is definitely something that people can look into as a way of building their portfolio, working and experience. And I love all her points. Let's see, moving to our next industry talk. We have a few more before we end for the day. I know we're really scooting along.
Everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Pratyusha. I'm honored to be speaking at Girl Geek Elevate 2026. Thank you to Angie and the organizers for this incredible opportunity. Like I said, my name is Pratyusha, and I lead quality engineering at the intersection of hyperscale infrastructure and AI. In 2020, I joined as the first QA engineer at TikTok. My mission was simple: build a reliability framework that could support explosive growth. Today, we manage over 100K servers. We serve billions of users across web and mobile platforms simultaneously. My focus areas are data security and technical sovereignty, ensuring that at massive scale, we never compromise on trust or integrity. So, over the past 6 years, I've had the privilege of pioneering self healing automation, mitigating tens of millions in financial risk, and building rigorous compliance driven quality strategies. But here's what I've learned: process alone doesn't scale, adaptability does. And that's what I want to talk about today. Moving on to our first slide. So, this is my topic: Agile is dead, adaptability is the new currency. And coming to the great stagnation. So, everyone here, look, let's just be honest with each other. I think we've been lied to. For 2 decades, we were told that if we just followed the process, if we stood up every morning for 15 minutes, moving digital sticky notes across the screen and planned our lives in 2-week chunks, everything would be fine. But look around, the world is moving at the speed of light. AI models are being disrupted every 6 hours. Global regulations change with a single tweet. If your engineering culture is built on waiting for the next sprint to pivot, you aren't being agile. You're just standing still while everyone else passes you. Agile is dead. It's been buried under a mountain of Jira tickets and corporate bureaucracy today. Today, we are talking about the only thing that actually matters, which is adaptability. Let's take some examples to understand this better. So, the scale problem, taking TikTok's reality as an example. So, at TikTok scale, where we might be managing over 100K servers and serving billions of users, agile ceremonies aren't just slow reliability. So, not just TikTok, it can be any social media platform. So, when you're dealing with TikTok on web, on mobile, simultaneously you realize that sprints don't help you scale. What really helps you scale is modularity. It's building infrastructure that doesn't care what the product team decides tomorrow because the foundation is so elastic, it should be able to handle anything. We don't plan for what we know, we actually architect for what we can't possibly predict yet. That is the fundamental shift from process driven to infrastructure driven leadership. So let's take more examples. For example, payments. This is the ultimate stress test, as you all know, because this is the real deal, right? You can't fail fast when people's money is involved. In the payments world, adaptability means automated testing on steroids. If we want to launch a new monetization feature across 30 different countries each with different compliance laws, we can't wait for manual QA. So what we do is we build systems where the compliance is the code. Automated testing isn't a checkbox, it's the engine. It's what allows us to pivot our monetization strategies. For example, say the creator fund overnight without breaking the bank, like literally. Taking more examples, creator monetization and the creator fund. People basically think monetization is just putting ads on videos. It's not. It's about building a living, breathing economy. When we built the creator fund, the agile way would have been to launch an MVP and iterate. But at our scale, a minimum viable product could crash the system. Companies build infrastructure that could handle micropayments of millions of people instantly. So we should be treating monetization like a utility and not a feature. By decoupling different engines, we give ourselves the currency of adaptability. We should be able to change how creators get paid tomorrow without touching any other parts of the platform. That is how we win. So, moving on to compliance by design. Let's be honest, everyone hates compliance. It's the no department. But in a global infrastructure, if you treat compliance as a hurdle, we have already lost the race. We in general have to turn it into an advantage by automating compliance, making it a mandatory automated part of every deployment. This way, we can free our engineers to be creative. They don't have to worry about if they are breaking a law in the EU or a tax code in Brazil. The infrastructure simply won't let them. We build the guardrails so they can drive as fast as they want. That's the adaptability currency. Speed without the crash. It's all about AI everywhere right now. So let's talk a little bit about AI. So AI isn't just a buzzword. It's the final nail in the coffin of traditional project management. Why have a human spend hours looking at infrastructure logs when an AI can predict a server failure before it happens? We are moving toward self-healing infrastructure systems that see a bottleneck in user growth or onboarding and automatically spin up more resources or adjust the flow. This isn't science fiction. It's how we stay at the top. The currency of the future isn't how many features you ship. It's how little human intervention your system needs to survive a pivot. Moving on to the conclusion. So here's the key takeaway. Stop worshipping the process. Stop obsessing over your sprint velocity. Start obsessing over your system's ability to change the build. Build modularity, automate your trust through testing, make compliance your superpower because in 2026, the market doesn't care how many stand-ups you had. It only cares if you can adapt before the next disruption hits. My name is Pratyusha and I build systems that don't just survive change, they crave it. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for your attention today. We basically don't just build for today, we build for change, for momentum, and for what comes next. It means a lot that you all attended this conference today, and thanks again for hearing me out. And finally, to summarize the key takeaway, the future doesn't belong to the fast printers. It belongs to the most adaptable builders. Whether you're engineering infrastructure, leading teams, or building products, the question isn't how do we plan better? It's how do we architect for what we can't predict? Build modularity, automate your trust, make compliance a superpower, and create the change. Because at the end of the day, I build systems that just don't survive change, they crave for it. And that's how we win. Thank you, guys. Let's connect on LinkedIn, and I'd love to hear about the systems you're building. Thanks again to everyone that's part of Elevate 2026. Special thanks to all the organizers and the Girl Geek community, plus Angie. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Very inspiring talk. I like how she is viewing scale and change and modularity, and also she also reiterates points made earlier today about compliance by design. We have 1 hour left to go today, actually. And we will be bringing up on the next talk.
My name is Rania Hassan.
My Sanders, and we are here today to talk to you about the 4 taxes of transition, which is a strategic framework for leading through change as women working in tech. Let's get started. People talk about glass ceilings all the time, but before you ever reach the glass ceiling as a woman, you're taxed just for showing up. It's a game, and the game has rules. The first rule is you're evaluated the minute you enter this space. You probably didn't know this, but you've definitely felt it. Because the game is rigged. The rules aren't written down, because if they were, you'd never join in.
So women are often taxed for their strengths, their personalities, or merely what they bring to the table. It reminds us of how when we purchase something, there's a tax placed on it. If you think about it, that tax, it goes to an entity for a purpose. The question we ask you today is, what is the purpose of taxing women? This framework that Lauren and I will share with you today, it's for you. The you that has perhaps ever been too much of something, too ambitious, too direct. Is this sounding familiar? Too quiet, too loud, too emotional, too intense. I'm sure you can fill in your own blank because every woman has one. And we actually do want you to fill in this blank. So today we have an action item. So you're going to find a post that is shared to both Lauren and I's personal LinkedIns. And after our presentation, we'd like for you to go and comment, what is your too much of something? We encourage you to share as we build community today. This will be our first action item together. But I also want to share with you that nobody's ever been too much of something for being mediocre. They only label the ones they're threatened by. Your too much is someone else's ceiling shattering. What we call feedback is often a labeling system, and labels are not neutral. They come with a cost. So in this framework, we call that cost a tax. Being mediocre is safe. It doesn't disrupt anything. It doesn't shift power, and labels are reserved for people who create movement. And movement, you guessed it, creates threat. So when a woman is called too ambitious, what's actually happening is she has exceeded an unspoken limit. When she is too direct, she's communicating with a level of clarity that challenges hierarchy. When she's too quiet, she's no longer performing comfort for others. The label's not the issue. The issue is you get watched differently. Your tone gets policed. Your decisions get questioned. This is that cost that we're trying to bring your attention to. And slowly, what happens? That woman or you start adjusting. You edit yourself, you shrink, or you overcompensate. So this is where the first task begins, not in your performance, but in your self-regulation. And mental health and organizational research confirms this. Women operate within narrow bands of acceptable behavior compared to men. Too strong, you're penalized. Too soft, you're penalized. It's a double bond, a double bind. No position is completely safe. So here's the reframe. Your too much is not a flaw, it's data. It's actually evidence that you're operating beyond the comfort zone of the system around you. And anything that threatens the ceiling will always be labeled before it is understood.
56% of women leave tech in the first 10 years. 56%. That's not a pipeline problem. That is rejection at scale. If over half the women leave within 10 years, the system isn't championing talent. It's exhausting it. You're 2 times more likely to be asked to take notes. 2 times more likely to be called aggressive when you're being assertive and have boundaries. That is pressure that can build up. And as we look at the next slide, we can see you're told to advocate for yourself, but you're punished when you do it. You're told to speak up, and then you're evaluated based on how you sound doing it. Have you ever left a meeting replaying your tone instead of the wonderful ideas that you shared? This is why. This is a constraint. You are being asked to be exceptional, but only in ways that don't disrupt anything. You can be visible or you can be comfortable. That standard moves based on who you are and what you're willing to accept.
So we want to believe that systems are neutral and that policies are fair, that feedback is objective, and that decisions are based on merit. But they're not. And I'm sure you have experienced this. So what you're looking at here is what we call the label trap. Not a culture fit. When they say that, what do they mean? It means she made someone feel uncomfortable. She's difficult to work with. That means she has standards. She lacks executive presence. Have you ever gotten that one when you were up for a promotion? It means she doesn't look or sound like what the system is used to rewarding. So this is how bias survives, not loudly, but linguistically, because systems don't have to say, I don't accept you. They just have to rename you. You ever hear of rewriting the narrative? Sort of like that. So how do they rewrite it? Your performance is interpreted differently. Your behavior is filtered differently. And your potential is evaluated differently. So research in organizational psychology shows that feedback given to women is more likely to be personality-based, while feedback given to men is more likely to be skill-based. So that means women are not being coached, they're being corrected. So when we say systems aren't neutral, what we mean is they're built on historical definitions of what leadership looks like, sounds like, or feels like. So the question is not, why am I being labeled? The question is, what system am I disrupting that requires a label to contain me?
And as we start to investigate that, we want you to move from seeing the fault lines to building foundations. You don't fix that by working harder. You can't outwork it. You do it by mapping your own response to it. By mapping, I mean, name the fault lines in your specific system. Those are the patterns that you see. There are invisible forces that you can dismantle, but you have to be able to see them first. Then measure, quantify the cost. That's your time. That's your opportunities. That's your mental load, your salary. Make the invisible visible, because if you can't quantify it, it's easily deniable by others. Then move. Choose what intervention you're going to have. You can either stay and disrupt it, you can build a coalition, or you can leave and build something better. Whatever response you choose, it's strategic. Then multiply. And you do that by sharing what you know. You can only scale it when you stop surviving alone. If you keep everything to yourself, this is going to keep happening. And then there'll be a backlash arc. That backlash arc, if you've ever felt like things changed and you couldn't prove it, it's this pattern. First, we have the honeymoon trap. We need new perspectives. We hired you to shake things up. You get a platform, you get resources, but you're being tested. You're not being embraced. They're not looking for innovation that threatens power structures. That's when you see the first crack. You think, that's a fault line. And you start getting tabled. You propose something transformative and it changes the energy in the room. And suddenly, oh no, you're shifted. We need you on an urgent project, not this thing. We need you to mentor people. We need you to do training. You start to get strategically overloaded because you're now essential at every single urgent thing. That's you being neutralized. Your calendar will be filled with meetings. It sounds like it's opportunity. That is neutralization, my friends. You're too busy to be dangerous or cause problems. Then comes the isolation, social quarantine. You'll hear, we're going to circle back with you. Your emails get answered more slowly. People start acting weird around you. You're no longer in those informal channels. Then you start to reframe it and you realize, maybe there's a case being built against me. Your passion can turn aggressive if you're not careful. Your clarity might be seen as you being inflexible, but your persistence is you not being a team player. And your confidence is reframed as lacking humility. That's a common sequence. That's not random.
So every transition brings you to a choice point. And it doesn't always feel like a choice. Accommodate and survive, or leave and preserve yourself, or double down and risk everything. So from a mental health perspective, this is not just decision making, it's nervous system negotiation. When women experience repeated labeling, bias, or resistance, the brain begins to scan for safety. Where am I least likely to be punished? Where can I stay accepted? Where do I minimize harm? This is what we call adaptive coping. And it's important to say this clearly. These choices are not weakness. They're intelligent responses to chronic stress environments. From a cognitive behavioral therapy lens, each of these choices is shaped by underlying cognitions. What belief is driving this decision? If I speak up, I'll be punished. If I stay quiet, I'll stay safe. If I leave, I'll lose everything. These are not random thoughts. They are learned cognitive schemas built from repeated work experiences. From a trauma-informed care perspective, we ask a different kind of question. Not what's wrong with this reaction, but rather what happened that made this response necessary? Because many women are not overreacting. They're responding to pattern environments of invalidation, scrutiny, unpredictability. But here's where it becomes costly. Accommodating too long, it leads to burnout, emotional suppression, identity erosion. So leaving without support, what does that do? It can trigger your grief, your instability, your loss of professional continuity. Doubling down without protection, it can lead to chronic anxiety, hypervigilance, and isolation. So when it feels like there is no option here that is mentally neutral, it gets difficult. And then when we start to talk about women of color, this choice point becomes even more complex because now it's just not gender, it's race and culture and perception. So psychological research calls this intersectional stress load, multiple layers of identity being evaluated at the same time, which means the cost of being misunderstood is that much louder. And the consequences of being visible are that much higher. And the margin of error, smaller. So when we say the tax is higher, we are not just like metaphorically speaking. We are talking about cognitive load, emotional labor, psychological stress responses that compound over time, all pun intended. So the real question at the choice point is not what should I do? It's what will this decision cost me mentally, emotionally, strategically? Because awareness is the first step to reclaiming control. So let's talk about how can you disrupt the system? So disruption, I'm going to be clear, it's not misunderstood. Believe it or not, it is actually predicted. When you challenge a system, the system responds. Not because you're wrong, but because you're effective. So backlash is not a sign that something is broken. It's actually a sign that something is working. So the first move, name it. I notice I've been added to 8 committees while my proposal sits untouched. This is not a coincidence. This is what Lauren previously explained to you is redistribution of your time and influence. They're basically tiring you out. They're making you busy. So from a psychological lens, making the pattern or naming the pattern interrupts cognitive distortion. It moves you out of confusion and into clarity. Second, document, because systems rely on informal memory, and informal memory is biased. So emails, patterns, decisions, you are not being difficult. You are creating an evidence trail. Research in organizational behavior shows that documented contributions significantly increase perceived credibility and promotion outcomes. Without it, your impact disappears. Third, you want to build your coalition before you need it. Because power is not just about performance. Power is about proximity, alignment, protection. Social capital research is clear. Decisions are not made in rooms. They are made before the room. So remember this step, because just on the next slide, you will have an opportunity to start building your coalition. We're gonna help you do the work. Finally, know your exit strategy, not as a defeat, but as an agency. So from a mental health perspective, having an exit strategy reduces chronic stress activation. Why? It restores a sense of control. You have an option. It feels terrible when you feel like you don't have options. So because when you know you can leave, you end up negotiating differently. You speak differently. You lead differently. So if you are experiencing backlash, don't ask, why is this happening to me? We want you to ask, what did I disrupt that required this response? Because disruption without backlash is not disruption at all.
Friends, it's really important that you create your own community. Scan this space that you're in right now. These are the people that understand what others minimize, and isolation is how the tax grows and how these systems continue to sustain themselves. Find your people, make the change together. Find one person here you didn't know. That is your first coalition move. Survival is individual, change is collective, and you are not powerless.
So let's do the work for you, or at least start it. Our coalition building begins today. We want you to start using this hashtag disrupt by design. So any posts or comments you're making at this conference, or such as the post or comment we're asking you to make on Lauren and I's LinkedIn, hashtag it, disrupt by design. But let's go beyond that. Use this hashtag over the next month on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Maybe when you see a post that resonates with you, or you see a post that helps you continue the topics discussed at this conference or inspires you. Lauren and I will be following up on this hashtag for the next month. And if you use it, you will have started helping us build our coalition, as Lauren and I have a lot in mind for those who take part in this coalition. Just flash forward, you will be contacted.
Find an ally in this space. You've already got two. This is how you contact us.
We want to thank you for attending our presentation. And like Lauren said, our contact information is here. Feel free, drop us a line, let us know what's going on. We'd love to chat and continue this conversation with anyone who's interested. Thank you.
Such a great talk. Now, I've dropped the link to a LinkedIn post that maybe the one that they were taught, maybe not. Maybe someone can drop the right one in for us to write and comment on with hashtag design by, what was it, designed by? Design, disrupt by design. Great. So our next speaker is also from Microsoft.
Hi everyone, I'm Rita Munarwi. In my day-to-day role, I serve as the Director of Technical Program Manager at Microsoft. Beyond my professional work, I host the Unspoken Wisdoms micro podcast, and I'm the author of Fun Facts for Success Tech Edition. Today, I want to begin with something honest. For most of my career, I thought reinvention was something you did only when things went wrong. When you fail, when you burn out, when the plan didn't work. But I was not failing. On paper, everything looked right. The role, the scope, the trajectory, the kind of career we are told to protect, especially as women in tech. And yet, something didn't fit in anymore. Not in a dramatic way, no crash, no crisis. Just a quiet, persistent feeling that I couldn't shake. I didn't want to leave my career. I didn't want to start over. I didn't want to throw away what I had built. What I wanted was alignment. And that's when I realized something we don't talk about enough. Reinvention doesn't always mean shifts on the outside. Sometimes it means clarity on the inside. And mid-career is a strange place. You are experienced enough to know what you are good at, but often constrained by version of yourself you outgrew quietly. So today I want to talk about reinvention that does not erase your past, but re-anchors it. Reinvention that does not reset your value, but refines it. Reinvention without starting over. There is a myth we absorb early in our careers that reinvention only happens when some things break, when you burn out, when you fail, when you quit, when you start over from zero. And in fact, we are trained to be rational, so we treat discomfort like a bug, identify, suppress, and move on. But mid-career discomfort isn't always a bug. Sometimes it's a signal, because when you have worked hard to earn that stability, especially as women, stability starts to feel like something you are supposed to protect. So when the role stops fitting, we tell ourselves, maybe I'm just ungrateful. Maybe this is just what adulthood looks like. Maybe I should just push through. And here's the part we don't say out loud. Sometimes staying the same costs more than changing. The myth isn't that reinvention is risky, but the myth is that staying put is always safe. And once you see that myth clearly, you stop judging yourself for wanting more alignment, and you start listening. After I recognized the myth, the next question was harder, because nothing had gone wrong. I was not burnout. I was not failing. I was not stuck. On paper, everything was working. The role, the scope, the trajectory made sense. This is the part that's hardest to explain because dissatisfaction is easy to justify when things are broken. But what happens when things are working? And yet you feel strangely disconnected from your own success. For me personally, it showed up quietly. The wins didn't land the same way. The motivation took more effort to summon. I started measuring weeks by how quickly I could get through them. Not because the work was bad, but because it no longer reflected who I had become. And then that is when I realized something uncomfortable. Success does not always expire with noise. Sometimes it expired silently. Mid-career isn't where things fall apart. It's often where they stop evolving at the same pace you do. And if you ever felt that like me, I want you to hear this clearly. That feeling is not ingratitude, it's data. That moment, right here, is where reinvention actually begins. Reinvention is not equal to restart. This isn't about going backwards. It's about choosing direction with everything you already know. This was the belief I had to unlearn. That reinvention means pressing reset, walking away, starting from zero. Because when success stopped feeling like success, my first instinct was panic, not curiosity. I thought, if I change now, do I lose everything I've built? Do I have to start over? Was all that effort only valid for one version of me? And the answer, thankfully, was no. Reinvention isn't about replacing your past. It's about re-anchoring it. Nothing I had built disappeared. My skills didn't expire. My experience didn't become irrelevant. What changed was the lens I used to make decisions. So I stopped asking, what's the next role? And I start asking, what version of me does this role require? And that shift changed everything because restarting erased value, but re-anchoring reveals it. Once I understood that reinvention didn't mean restarting, I still didn't know what to do next because clarity doesn't come from changing roles. It comes from understanding what actually anchors you. So before making any external move, I asked myself a different question. Not what should I do next, but what must stay true no matter what I do next. For most of my career, identity came from the outside. The role, the scope, the title, the validation. And that works until it doesn't. Mid-career is often the moment when external markers stop being enough to guide internal decision. So instead of acting quickly, I pause. I look back at moments when I felt deeply aligned, even when the work was hard, and moments when something fell off, even when everything looked right. Across roles, teams, and years, patterns started to emerge. Not about what I was good at, but about what I was anchored to. That became the starting point. Because before you change roles, you have to understand your identity. When I show this, I want to be very clear about one thing. I didn't sit down one day and decide to create a framework. This is something that I learned through experience, not through leadership class or found in a book. This came way later. What came first were moments when I felt deeply aligned, even when things were hard, and moments when something felt wrong, even when everything looked right. So I started noticing patterns across those moments, not patterns of rows of skills, but patterns of what needed to be present for me to feel grounded. To make sense of those patterns, I borrowed a simple visual idea, the fishbone. It's traditionally used to understand cause and direction, and here I use it differently. Because what you are looking at isn't a formula, it's a map. Each bone represents an anchor, something that consistently shaped my decision, my energy, and my sense of integrity. The spine is not a job, it's not a title, it's a direction of who I am becoming. And this framework doesn't tell me what to choose, but it helps me evaluate whether something fits. Once I could see my anchor clearly, decisions stopped feeling reactive and they became intentional. These 6 bones represent different dimensions of identity, and mid-career misalignment rarely show up in just one. Strengths is the ability you naturally excel at, what people rely on you for. Sometimes your strengths are still there, but you feel bored or underutilized. Behavior, how you show up under pressure, your patterns, and your leadership habits. Values is something non-negotiable, what you won't compromise even when invisible. Conditions to thrive, the environment you need to do your best work. It can be clarity, autonomy, support, pace. Motivation, what gives you energy and meaning? It can be purpose, impact, in my case, learning, and service. Boundaries, what you protect to stay whole. It can be time, health, family, identity. Sometimes nothing looks wrong on paper, but you are quietly crossing boundaries you used to protect. So most people don't need all 6 to be perfect, but ignoring even one for too long is often when success stops feeling like success. As I grew into my mid-career, what changed for me was not the 6 bones just now. The 6 bones is representing the structure. But what changed was the lens I used to interpret it. So I started asking different questions. Why does this work matter to me now? Because interesting stopped being enough. I needed meaning. Who benefits from my success? Because my ambition expanded from personal output to shared life. What we call empowerment. Next, how do I lead when it's invisible? Because the choice that define you aren't always the loud ones. And that is what we call integrity. The next line is freedom. What am I optimizing for now? Because at this stage, I'm not chasing motion, I'm choosing direction. And the last lens is growth. What compounds at this stage of life? Because I want progress that scales through people, not just projects. So things to remember, these aren't extra bones. They are the question that help me re-anchor the bones. So reinvention becomes intentional, not reactive. Let me make this real with an example because this is not theoretical for me. When I started thinking about my next role, I could have approached it in the old way. What is the title next? What is the safest move? And what looks like progress? But mid-career, those questions stop being helpful. So in my case, I use two lenses from the slide you are seeing right now. First, freedom. What am I optimizing for now? For me, freedom isn't less work. Freedom is authorship. It allows me to choose a role that reflects the version of me I'm becoming, not the version I've grown. So I asked, what capability do I want to strengthen next? Intentionally. Not what I'm already good at, not what looks impressive, but what I want to optimize for my next chapter. Then I use the second lens, empowerment. Who benefits from my success? Because I've learned the best roles for me aren't the ones where I'm the hero. They are the ones where my work makes other people faster, clearer, and more effective. So I ask, if I success in this role, who else becomes more powerful? And those two questions did something surprising. They turned a career decision from anxiety into clarity for me. So instead of me chasing the next rung, I started choosing based on three criteria. Impact. What will measurably improve because of my work? Skill focus. What capability am I intentionally building? Leverage. Will this scale through systems and people or depend on me pushing harder? So that's how reinvention looks without starting over. Same history, same strengths, but a new decision lens. And once I made the decision that way, I wasn't just picking a job, I was choosing a direction. And here's the part I want you to take with you. The goal isn't a perfect choice, it's a clearer filter. So today I want to close with this. Reinventing yourself mid-career isn't about making faster decisions. It's about asking better questions. Not what's the next role? What title should I chase? What do others expect? But questions like the ones you've seen just now. Why does this matter now? Who benefits if I succeed? Who am I when it's invisible? What am I optimizing for? What compounds from here? You do not need to answer all of them at once, and you don't need certainty to begin. You just need clarity about what you will no longer ignore. Reinvention without starting over doesn't erase your past. It re-anchors it. Same experience, same strengths, but a different lens. And if something inside you has felt restless lately, that's not a failure. That's evolution asking you to listen. Thank you. If you like to continue the conversation, I'm easy to find here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Rita. Okay, so we have one last speaker today. The rest of the talks that we had to skip because of someone being sick, we will hopefully be able to put these all on YouTube in the next week or so, giving them some time to recover and make a presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining my talk. Leading with Inner Strength, a framework for women in tech who are ready to build confidence, presence, and impact at work. And I want to start by giving a special thanks to the Girl Geek community and the Girl Geek team for having me here today. My name is Chelsea Werbonsky, and I am a group product manager at Google, where I've worked for 15 years. But outside of Google, I'm also a keynote speaker, a digital course creator, and a coach. The work I do is really about helping women break the patterns that keep them small so that they can lead bigger, build what matters, and move forward in their careers or businesses unapologetically and without fear. And for many of the women that I work with, that starts with how they show up at work. Like in the meetings where maybe they hesitate, in the moments where they second guess themselves, or after a big presentation when they keep replaying conversations and questions over and over in their head, or maybe in the opportunities that they don't go after because they're not quite sure if they're ready. So if you've ever felt like you're working really hard, but you still second guess yourself, or you overthink everything you say, maybe you hesitate when you need to make decisions, you were in the right place, because that is exactly what we're going to talk about today. So I've been working in tech for 3 decades, since 1996. I know maybe I don't look that old, but it's true. For nearly half that time, I've been a product manager at Google. And before that, I worked just about everywhere. I worked in traditional software companies back when you still had to shrink wrap software and send it and actually sell it, a physical copy of it. I worked at an ad serving company called DoubleClick. I worked at a few startups, some mid-sized companies, and of course, big tech. So at this point, I've pretty much seen it all. And what I can tell you is this: the biggest shifts in my career didn't come from learning something new on the outside, like a new skill or something. The biggest shifts came from changing how I was showing up on the inside. And that's exactly what leading with inner strength is. Having presence, confidence, and impact at work is not about, being louder or more confident on the surface, or maybe going out and getting a bunch of certificates and, building up your skills. It's about what's happening underneath the surface. So your mindset, the beliefs about yourself, and your ability to trust yourself in high pressure moments. A lot of us grow up believing that career success comes from, having the right credentials or the right skills or maybe even the right connections. But in my experience, real success at work comes down to something much simpler: doing the inner work that builds you up as a confident leader from the inside out. So building that inner strength. And this matters more than ever right now, because with so much transformation happening across AI and our industry, it's natural to feel a little unsettled, especially in tech, where change and ambiguity is already a big part of the job. So what I want to share with you today is what that inner work actually looks like and how it helped me transform not just my career, but my whole life. So I'm going to walk you through a simple 4-step framework that I've used over the years to build my own inner strength. And it's this framework that allowed me to become the kind of leader who doesn't second guess herself and who can show up with confidence and lead with clarity, even in those high pressure moments. All right, so let's get started. Step 1 is to develop an awareness of your limiting beliefs and your inner critic. So many of us, especially in tech, struggle with self-doubt. We hesitate and question our decisions. We stay quiet when we have something to say, or maybe we feel like we need to prove ourselves all the time. And to try to silence that self-doubt, we chase confidence through external validation, things like titles, recognition, approval from other people, or even compensation. We work really, really hard, harder and harder. We say yes to everything. We take on more than we can handle. And we hope that doing all of that will finally make us feel secure in our success. But the truth is, when we're operating from self-doubt, no amount of external validation ever satisfies that part of us that questions our abilities. Because confidence doesn't come from the outside. It doesn't come from the next title or the bigger project or the salary bump. True confidence, the kind that fuels leadership and impact, comes from within. So let's talk about what's actually happening underneath that self-doubt. Limiting beliefs are fundamental assumptions that you have about yourself and the world that usually lead to negative outcomes. And they restrict your growth because they prevent you from taking risks, from achieving your goals, or seizing new opportunities. That's why they're called limiting beliefs. And they're also called limiting beliefs because we believe that they're true. They feel like facts. They're just our assumptions about the way things just are. But most of these beliefs aren't even conscious. They live in your subconscious and they quietly drive how you think, how you show up, and what you believe is possible for you in your career and in your life. And over time, those beliefs start to develop a voice. And this happens, when we're pretty young, actually. That voice is your inner critic. The inner critic is that running commentary in your mind that says things like, oh, you're not ready, or who do you think you are? Or you'll fail and everyone's going to see. Or maybe like, you're not as smart or experienced as everyone else here. Most people say things like this to themselves on a regular basis, and it's not pleasant. Now, here's the part that really changed things for me. That voice isn't just random negativity. It's actually a learned survival response. It is the result of your nervous system, our evolutionary wiring, and your early programming all working together. So I'm going to kind of explain how this all works. So from an evolutionary perspective, your brain is wired to keep you safe. For our ancestors, belonging to the group meant survival, and rejection meant danger. So your brain learned to constantly self-monitor to make sure you didn't do anything that could get you judged, rejected, or cast out of that group, because that was your protection. And that instinct is still running today. From an early programming perspective, your inner critic absorbed the tone of the people who influenced you most. So people like your parents, your teachers, your mentors. And if approval was conditional, or if you felt like you had to perform to be accepted, your inner critic learned to keep you in line through self-criticism. And over time, those voices became a part of your internal operating system. Now, from a neuroscience perspective, your body reacts to self-criticism in the same way it reacts to an external threat. When your inner critic gets loud, your brain activates the fight, flight, or freeze response. Your heart rate increases, stress hormones spike, and your body enters this low-grade state of stress, even when nothing's actually happening, because your body can't tell the difference between a real danger and a perceived one. So every harsh thought feels real. And that's why it feels so convincing, because your brain is constantly filtering for evidence that supports what you already believe. So if you believe I'm not good enough, your brain will keep finding moments that seem to prove it. So when you catch yourself spiraling after a meeting or hesitating to speak up in front of someone more senior, it's not that you're lacking skills. It's not that you're not good at your job. It's that your nervous system is activated and it's running an outdated protection program. I'll give you a personal example. So I grew up in a small working class town in West Virginia, and that is a region where there is a lot of economic struggle. And because of that environment, I developed a deep belief that nice things weren't available to people like me. A good job, financial stability, success, those things felt like they were for other people, but not me. And underneath of that was something even heavier. And that was the feeling that I was less than other people. That belief showed up everywhere in my career. I was constantly trying to prove myself. I was scanning for judgment. I was always defensive, and most people probably didn't even think twice about where I came from, but I did. And because I felt different, I didn't connect with other people. And because I didn't connect, I lacked support. And that lack of support reinforced my belief. And that's how these patterns work. They quietly shape how you show up in the meetings where you hesitate, or the promotions you don't apply for, or feedback that you overanalyze for days. And that is why awareness is so powerful, because once you can name those patterns and see them, once you can recognize the voice of your inner critic, you can create just enough separation to start changing it. All right, so once you start recognizing your inner critic and limiting beliefs, the next step is to begin rewiring and shifting them. This is the process of updating those outdated programs that are running in your brain. Because when you see your career through the lens of limiting beliefs, you automatically shrink your possibilities. You're not reaching your full potential because by definition, you're limiting yourself. But the good news is you're not fixed. Every belief can be changed. Now, from a neuroscience perspective, your beliefs live as neural pathways, and those strengthen every time you repeat the same thought or the same narrative, or even when you say it out loud. So every time you tell yourself that you're not good at something, you're reinforcing that belief. You're strengthening that neural pathway. But when you consciously practice new, more empowering thoughts, you start creating new pathways. And over time, those new pathways become stronger than the old ones. And that's what it means to rewire your inner critic. You're not trying to silence it, you're teaching it a new language. And this matters because leadership isn't just about what you do, it's about how you see yourself. That internal narrative influences how you show up in every room, every decision, and every conversation. So, how do you start shifting them? The process is simpler than you might think, but it does take practice and consistency. So first, you need to identify the belief that your inner critic keeps repeating. Then you're going to gather evidence that contradicts that belief. So let's say the belief is, I'm not strategic enough to be a senior leader. Your job is to find proof that challenges that story. So where have you already demonstrated strategic thinking? Maybe you led a cross-functional project through ambiguity. Maybe you navigated a tough stakeholder dynamic or made a decision with incomplete information. All of that is evidence of your leadership abilities. And every time you acknowledge it, you weaken that old belief. But I want to make this even more practical because this doesn't just happen in reflection. You can also change your beliefs in real time. So let's say you're in a meeting, you have a thought, but your brain immediately goes, oh, this is probably obvious. Everyone knows this. Don't say it. That's the inner critic. And most of us don't question it. We just believe it. We think it's true. So instead of automatically accepting it, I'd like for you to pause and ask yourself, what evidence do I actually have that what I have to say isn't valuable, or whatever the thing is that you're saying? The point is to question what the inner critic is saying by asking it for evidence. And most of the time, you won't have any. That moment is where that shift starts to happen. And the more you do that, the more you're going to rewire your brain and those neurons to fire down those new pathways. So, anytime you're compelled to stay quiet, share your idea or ask the question or contribute in a way that you wouldn't normally contribute. And that's how you start building that new pattern. Not by trying to eliminate the critic, because if you probably know if you've ever tried to do that, it's pretty much impossible. It just gets louder. But you just want to not automatically believe everything it says. Don't be afraid to question it. And that brings us to the next step, building your authentic confidence. So most people believe confidence comes after success. They think, once I get the promotion, once I have more experience, once I feel more ready, then I'll feel confident. But it actually works the opposite way, because confidence doesn't come, after you feel ready. It comes from acting before you do feel ready. And I know that can feel a little uncomfortable because it means you don't get to wait until you feel confident to take action. But it's true that you really build confidence by taking action that stretches you, even when it feels uncomfortable, even when it feels uncertain. Every time you move through that discomfort, you reinforce the belief that you can trust yourself. And that self-trust becomes the foundation of confidence. Because here's what's actually happening. When you avoid something because it feels uncomfortable, like speaking up or sharing an idea or maybe just putting yourself out there, you're reinforcing that belief that you can't handle it. But when you take action anyway, even if it's small, like it could be incremental, baby step, then you start to prove to yourself that you can. And this doesn't have to be something big. Like I said, it's about small but consistent stretch moments. So again, maybe it's just speaking up in a meeting when you normally stay quiet, or asking a question that you've just been like, hesitant to ask, or maybe you share an idea without rehearsing it and over preparing it 5 times first. Whatever it is, if you feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, push yourself to do it. And now the interesting thing about this is that fear doesn't entirely go away, because you can know everything we just talked about. You can recognize your inner critic, you can reframe your thoughts, and still feel uncomfortable. And that's not only completely normal, but it's okay. You'll make it through. So the goal isn't to eliminate the fear, it's just to change your relationship with it. When fear shows up, and it will, it's not a stop sign. It's a signal that you're actually expanding. So in that way, it's a good thing, because it's a sign that you're pushing yourself. So instead of thinking, oh, I'll do this when I feel more confident, I'd like for you to start thinking, I'll do this because I don't feel confident yet. Because every time you do that, every time you take action in the presence of fear, you build the evidence that you can trust yourself. And over time, that's what creates that real lasting confidence. The fourth and final step is about learning to lead with resilience and presence instead of fear. Because let's be honest, with this pace of transformation that's happening right now, AI, lots of layoffs, and a really tough job market, things aren't slowing down. Uncertainty has become part of our lives. And it's in moments like these that it's really easy for fear to take over. It's so easy to start scanning for threats instead of looking for possibilities, especially in this time of rapid change. And we then default to reactivity instead of reflecting, because things are moving so fast and we're feeling triggered and afraid, and we don't take the time to reflect and respond. And so without realizing it, fear starts running the show. And this is the part that most people don't realize. You can be doing all the right things on the surface, but if you're operating from fear underneath, it completely changes how you show up. Fear-based leadership doesn't motivate teams. It creates contraction and a scarcity mindset. It stifles innovation and creativity. It damages well-being, and ultimately it kills productivity. Fear also leads to short-sighted decisions because we're focused on minimizing risk instead of maximizing opportunity. And it erodes psychological safety because people stop speaking up. It kills innovation because no one can think expansively when they're in survival mode. Fear might create urgency in the short term, but it never creates excellence or long-term success. That's why presence matters so much, because when you lead with presence, you shift from reacting to responding. You create space to think strategically, to listen deeply with empathy, and to make decisions that are grounded in long-term thinking rather than panic. But presence isn't about being calm all the time. It's just about not letting fear make the decisions for you. And that is where everything we've talked about comes together. Because when you've done the inner work to recognize your limiting beliefs, you've reframed your stories and built that confidence, you're able to access a deeper steadiness. That's what presence really is. Not powering through or pretending that everything's fine, but it's really about returning to your center again and again, and leading and being in a very grounded way. And there's a really simple way to start practicing this in real time. In those moments where things feel high pressure or uncertain, before you respond, just pause and ask yourself, am I reacting from fear or responding from groundedness? And that one question alone will make a shift in how you show up. And that's the difference between, shrinking and reacting under pressure and leading through it. Because when you lead yourself from that place, everyone around you feels it. And in a time of rapid change, that grounded human confidence is what will allow you and the teams that you work with and lead to remain high performing. So if there's one thing I'd like for you to take away from my talk today, it's this. real leadership doesn't come from titles, certainty, or control. It comes from the steadiness you build inside of yourself. When you lead with awareness, confidence, and presence, you don't just adapt to change, you become the calm in it. You have real impact. And that's what leading with inner strength is all about. It's not about becoming someone else. It's about removing those patterns that keep you from showing up as who you already are. Because most of the women I work with are already doing exceptional work. They're capable, they're thoughtful, they're experienced. But the difference isn't what they're doing or how much they're doing. It's how they're showing up. And that when that starts to shift, when you're not second guessing yourself, or when you're not holding back, when you're not operating from fear, people feel it. Your presence changes, your voice carries differently. And that's when you start to be seen and recognized in a completely different way. All right, so if this talk resonated with you, I would love to stay connected. You can scan that QR code on the slide to join my newsletter. I regularly share tools, insights, and ways that you can apply all of these thoughts and insights in real work situations. You could also follow me on social media. I have all of my handles here on the slide as well. I recommend Instagram because that's the one I focus the most on, but I also post regularly to LinkedIn and TikTok as well. Thank you so much for listening to my talk today. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I really appreciate your time. And if you have any questions at all about the material, please don't be afraid to message me. You can DM me on social, or even send me an email to the email address. When you sign up for my newsletter, you'll get a confirmation and you can email me at that email address. Okay, have a wonderful day or evening wherever you may be. And hopefully I will see some of you and hear from you soon.
Wonderful. That's very inspiring afternoon keynote at the end of the day from Chelsea. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. But yeah, that's the last talk for today. We're going to be providing all of these videos, especially the ones that we missed today because there's a lot of people sick or traveling right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get those last few videos and post them on our YouTube so that everyone can watch them again or watch them for the first time at our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Girl Geek X. This is our annual Elevate conference. Thank you for joining us again. And hopefully we shared something that was useful to you. I know I definitely learn lots of things every time we do this. So thanks again for joining us. We kept it short, but we like to kind of do it that way and then just provide the videos later for people that couldn't make it. I think we know that it's a random Tuesday with a storm outside here in California right now. So yeah, hopefully everyone can feel connected, share some insights. I know that we had some people asking, like, how do we be more than just a chat box or connect with people? So hopefully if one way to do that is just to share some of the key takeaways that the speakers today have inspired you, and then tag the speaker so they know that you heard them. And they will probably reshare comments and feel really glad that you did take their advice and that people did hear them. So some of these speakers we have had before. Thank you to all the people that have joined us and stayed here all day. I know it's been a long one. We did not build in any breaks today, but we just wanted to keep it tight, and hopefully we will be able to share all the videos very soon. And yeah, thank you so much for being a part of our community. See some of you tomorrow at the Sierra Girl Geek Dinner for more talks on agentic AI, on the engineering and the product and the building and the careers. And hopefully we'll be able to share that video too once we have that in a few weeks. All right, thanks. I'll see you later. Bye.